Hey Darren, hey Ghosty Toast. Just getting set up. Sorry for the delay. It is Thursday, May 21st, 2026. And tonight I am going to be working on my comic for a little while, but after that we're going to be doing some study stuff. Going to be doing a gesture drawing video, and after that we're going to be working on facial proportions and expressions, and we're going to be trying to do some like anthro expressions. We just got like a whole bunch of things that we have to do first. Running a little late because I'm also trying to set stuff up to move my comic. Where's my music tab? So I got myself a NeoCities website. Just got news that the driver for the number 18 M&M car passed away today. Oh no, was it a wreck or something unrelated? Also had to set up a new email and Tumblr for that stuff. I may even like do its own like dedicated Pixiv account, but maybe not. Maybe I want all of my art to be like together for that. My bot up, get all of my other things going. It's been a hectic week. It's been a hectic, stressful week. A lot of figuring out logistic stuff. But now it's time for drawing. Drinking Coke. Whoa, Shady is still streaming. Okay. Poor Maple. She wants attention, and I haven't given her any. Okay. So, I want to go ahead and set up my stuff for later in the stream. I don't want it to come time to like switch tasks and I'm not prepared, so we're gonna do that. It was a health issue that got him hospitalized mid-race, since the G's, like G-force made his condition worse, which happened Sunday. Oh no, it's terrible. My materials. I'm gonna save this. Actually, it should be. I made a new folder that has all of my like current stuff in it. View, Arch icons, gesture. Okay, there we go. Save. Yes. Gonna miss seeing the 18 zooming and his radio crash outs. What were his radio crash outs? Oh, we already did that. I tried to open a file, not save one. Oh my goodness, Clip Studio, please don't crash. Okay. That's not what I did forget to do things for this. Okay, Selection from layer, create selection, new layer. Give myself a little white canvas to draw on when it comes time to doing this pose. Hide these because we won't need them right away. We need a blank layer right away. Just him complaining about everything. Fair enough. We're gonna open foundational. Okay, so we will be ready. What kind of things did he complain about? We'll be ready to start as soon as I'm done with this page. I might go ahead and put this image, this like crappy blurry image, because we're gonna do some I don't need this scary muscle face on the side. Well, maybe I'll keep it. I think it is kind of, I think it does kind of explain some things. Excuse me. I'm just finding, like, the most terrible images. They convey the message, though. Okay. I'll save that, and then we can get to that as soon as we are ready. And, of course, now I've minimized everything, which I did not want to do. There we go. Okay. Back to comics for now. I've realized I need to, like, thicken some of these lines, because, like, look how small this is on the page. You can't see that. So one where he's just yelling fuck for like 20 seconds due to having a bad pit stop. Okay. Now we are ready. Poor Maple. Poor Maple. I know. She would like our attention. Then the 22 and 18 drivers have a history of crashing each other, going all the way back to when Home Depot was still a sponsor for the 20s, so much they called the two of them Candy Crush. I think Home Depot is based in Georgia. 'Cause I think they were like a sponsor or like funding for the Georgia Aquarium. Just saw a Cybertruck pass my house. Yuck. Cybertruck is what happens when you try to do cassette futurism aesthetic and fail completely. Oh boy. The driver. The other day I saw Cybertruck going the wrong way on a run, which led to an off-ramp for the highway. Luckily the driver was smart enough to stop midway. I saw somebody like... I didn't see like what the aftermath was, but like I think I saw somebody like had driven their Cybertruck into like a body of water on purpose. Saw that on Instagram. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but interesting. He was trying out what he thought was boat mode. I don't think it has boat mode. I could be wrong. Well, it wasn't a mode for getting unstuck in mud. which is proven to not work. Yeah, it sure seems like it. I don't know why this is so big. Every once in a while we'll see one around here. It's usually like a tourist though. I don't think I've seen one that is like local. Do need to have a reference of what his shirt looks like though. Let's save. I already have this page up. Here we go. Oh man, I gotta make sure I know where my phone is. I left my phone going with like Twitch on in the kitchen, and I didn't plug it in, so it had gotten down to like it had gotten down to like 27%. Sure. Sorry. I'm still a little distracted, because I have been, setting up a lot of different accounts, and I know I'm gonna have to find time to, actually start, like, posting on them, and it's a lot of content, a lot of comic pages. Not looking forward to that part, it's going to be a lot of logistical kind of work. And I know I need to start by posting everything to my Pixiv. That needs to be the first step. And I have not posted a comic to Pixiv before. Maybe I should, like, see if I have a short comic that I can like post there, like, to just kind of figure out the formatting and everything like that. Hey Cromer Penguin, how's it going? But once I do that, it's a lot of stuff I don't know how to do. Setting up a website, never done that. Well, I think I have. I think it's just been a really long time. Artist I started following on Instagram that is drawing a Mulan comic, but it's a ship between Mulan and Shan Yu. I gotta look up who Shan Yu is. Oh, the antagonist. That's interesting. I wonder how they end up getting together. Love a good fan comic. I'm making one myself, obviously. Make sure that the lines are thick enough, because this is small on the page. I shouldn't even be this zoomed in. Just write fanfics because I can't draw. What kind of fanfics do you write? Especially people. I have a hard time drawing people as well, so I get that. I think people are pretty difficult to draw. Weird. Currently working on a Call of Duty themed one, but I wrote My Hero Academia one a few years back. That's cool. I can't say I'm familiar with either of those, but as somebody who makes art and writes fan fiction, a lot of fandom stuff, I think that's great. AO3 is actually like one of the things I'm gonna have to. I mean, I have an AO3, right? But excuse me, I'm gonna have to like set my comic up on it. I have a few chapters posted, but the thing about AO3 is if you're gonna post images, you need to host them elsewhere. So I may be able to use like Pixiv as an image host in a sense, since it's my own Pixiv, it's my own art. Do I know a penguin personally? I've never, well, I can't even say I've never met one. I feel like I've been in proximity of a penguin. I'm working on a fic right now, but I have not had a lot of time to write lately. I'm not good at writing, first of all. It's not a comfort zone for me, and I've just been so busy trying to finish this chapter of my comic that I really just haven't had any time to work on it. And I'm kind of stuck on the story, too, so that's a problem. Have I avoided plot holes? I don't know. I don't think I'm good enough at writing to know whether I've employed any potholes. I've tried to keep it consistent, though. And I have somebody beta reading it, well, the first part of it right now. So, hopefully, she can help me avoid plot holes. Not that the plot, like, it's fan fiction, right? the the point of the fic for this fic is really more the ship than the plot. I think the plot's a little goofy, to be honest. But, you know, it's serving its purpose. And I don't say that, like, dismissively. It's not that I think, like, oh, fanfiction can't be, like, good writing. A lot of it is some of the best writing I've ever read. Mine, however, is just self-indulgent. And that's fine. I think that, you know, for me, writing is just a hobby. It's not like art. I would love to get better at it, but I don't need to be good at it to enjoy it. Which is hard for me to do, but it's not drawing. I'm not nearly as devoted to the idea of getting improving at it. You know, I just think about, like, the writers whose work I like, and, you know, I try to kind of emulate it. Because I think when you're kind of a beginner at something, I think that's a good way to kind of, like, get comfortable. Let's see, I have a page with his face. There we go. And his hair. Let's save. Getting a little paranoid about saving for some reason. I think because I didn't restart my computer when I really should have. I mainly keep it to, like, one fandom, personally. It's not that I don't like other fandoms, I just, like, I don't know, don't feel like I know the story well enough to write fan fiction. I could give it a try, though. I feel like, and maybe this is just me, I feel like to get invested enough to want to write fan fiction. The source material has to have potential, but also not be that good. What is this? You mean my comic? This is a Harry Potter fan comic. Time for some details on my drawing. Nice! Still working on that corn. I feel like the thing that motivates me to want to make a project, like a fan comic or fan fiction of something, is like the source material is compelling, but not all that great, right? Because that combination of features gives me a lot of ideas. Like, I start thinking, like, it would be better if XYZ, and then that gives me, like, a story idea, and then I'm like, I want to make that. I want that to happen. Which, realistically, I think is a big part of, like, why I'm so into making, fan stuff for this particular fandom, because, like, I don't know, not to be an asshole, I feel like the concepts, the premise is compelling. I feel like the execution sometimes not very good. And it gives me lots of ideas for, like, what if it was like this? What if it was like this? What if this happened? Just to see a written novel-style version of this comic as a full fanfic, like, no pictures, just the writing instead. I think I tried to, like, do that at one point. But I just thought, like, not good at writing. I think somebody else would have to do that part. Oh man, if somebody made fan fiction of my fan comic, that would be like, some kind of Inception situation. But I would be really, over the moon if that happened. I have done, like, I don't know how, like, supplementary writing for this. I did a couple of, like, written fics that, at the time I was writing them, I was like, this is canon to my comic. But now I'm just like, I don't know. I would say it's, like, quasi-canon to this comic. Happily write some fanfic for you. Well, no pressure. If you ever, you know, if you ever read it and liked it and wanted to do that, that would be cool. But it does have some mature themes, so I would not recommend it to you. Just as a policy, it's nothing against you personally, but I think that you're, like, a teenager, so I will not be recommending or sending it to you. sure that looks... Oh man, why did I put these in separate... Okay. Separate folders. That was silly of me. Silly and foolish. Addie McAdface, I'm watching currently. Oh, it's an ad, okay. Are we out of ads? I think we're out of ads. And, you know, like, Ghosty Toast, no judgment for me. Like, I certainly understand that, but it would be wrong and bad for an artist to recommend their own mature work to, like, a minor, in my opinion. So I would not do that. But I have no judgment for, you know, what you choose to do. I'm back, just gonna make me some ice water, then start drawing. Excellent. So hard to, like, I feel like it's really hard to make somebody look surprised from, like, the side. He does wear glasses, though. We need to not forget that. And we need to make sure none of the lines are, like, too thin, because it's going to be pretty small on the page. Now I gotta get back to where I have drawn his t-shirt. It's a lot more fitted, because, like, when I drew him in the previous couple scenes, he was wearing a hand-me-down shirt from Dudley, but now he's wearing, like, a shirt that he got from being on the Kidditch team, and it actually fits him. There's some, like, I don't know the word, like, ethics or values that certain people fall, well, and, you know, it's the law. Like, I will not be breaking the law. I'll do my best to not break any laws. Alright. Break the law. Only for arson shall I break the law. You know, I guess there were probably laws that I don't agree with, like, I don't know. Like how jaywalking is, like, a law, like, pushed by car companies or whatever. I think that's ridiculous. I probably jaywalked. And worth going to jail for, yeah. I will be making an OC comic next month, and that is not really anything like controversial or anything like that. It's pretty short, because it's gonna be like a pilot episode, like a concept for the main characters, and I've already actually been like thinking of some ideas like for how, if I wanted to continue it, you know, because I think like when it comes to creative stuff, an idea is, I don't want to sound like negative, right? I feel like an idea, when it comes to creative stuff, an idea is, it has potential, but it doesn't really mean anything until you know, put it down, like do something with it, make a project with it, write a story, make a comic, something. And I've had OCs for, you know, so ever so long or whatever, but like I've made very few comics about them. And I think the thing that's always been like holding me back is like, oh, but if I make a comic, that's it, that's the story, you know. I like this OC, I wanted to get it, I want to get it just right or whatever. But that is no way to get anything done. So I've kind of been trying to think of it like, I just need to make like pilot episode comics for my OC, where I can just like get the characters and like the concepts down and have something, you know, like posted about like, this is who this character is, this is kind of like an idea of what their story is. And then like if I really like the way one of those comics comes out, I can choose to go back and like start an actual like series or a longer comic about them. So it's kind of what I hope to do some of, more and more between chapters of this comic. Yeah. So, provided I finish this chapter before the end of the month, I will be drawing that comic next month. It's about my OCs, Rodri and Margaret. Mostly Rodri. You only just like meet Margaret at the end. Well, like, you know, part of it for me also is that when I make OC art, like, it's never been something that gets any engagement. And I don't say that like, oh, fan art gets, like, I love drawing fan art, like, genuinely, it's something I enjoy doing. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't enjoy it. I'm not doing it for popularity. If I were, I probably wouldn't be doing a project like this. I mean, this is so niche. And like, truthfully, a lot of popular fan art, I think the reality of being an artist, I think probably an outsider perspective is, if you draw popular fan art, like, you'll get a lot of engagement. But it's not really a one-to-one thing, you know. I think people can tell when you're like genuinely passionate about something, when you genuinely enjoy it. If you're just like jumping on the latest trends, unless there's something else that has a draw about your art and appeal, that's not actually gonna be that great for you. I can't see myself doing that anyway, because like, I don't have time to keep up with like the latest like popular thing. And like, I prefer making comics, which take a lot longer than, you know, individual drawings. But what the heck? Oh. Accidentally took down the brush density. That was a weird choice. All that to say is, like, you know, I think really the reason that, like, sometimes, you know, people post OCs and they never get any engagement on it, is because they're not really, like, putting any, like, narrative. They're not really, like, sharing the story in an appealing way. I think there are exceptions to that. Like, I think if you were just, like, a really, really good character designer, like a character artist, I think probably, you know, you don't necessarily need that. Although I think good character artists, good character designers, are good at visual storytelling with the characters that they design. Sleepy time for the child, nearly 1 a.m. Well, have a good night. But I think like actually like having some comics of my OC would probably help. OCs. I have many. Which is why I'm like, okay, I'll just make some, like, short little projects for these guys. Let's start drawing a background. I don't need this stuff anymore. I do think I want to do give myself like a perspective. Where did the ruler go? Here it is. A little bit of a perspective grid. Because we're drawing stones. Oh, we forgot little exclamation point things. It's like a solid snake situation here. Let's do some. Actually, I might put all the character stuff in a folder. And change the color of it so I don't get, you know, don't get messed up by the lines. lot of work to do tonight. And it's not that I'm not looking forward to it, I sure am. I'm just worried about running a little long. And that's okay if I do. Tomorrow night is going to be a Stardew Valley night, and oh boy am I looking forward to it, because I am really getting, I gotta say, I'm getting closer to perfection faster than I thought I would. I really thought it was going to take me much longer. It's almost kind of like sad, like not sad, but you know, like when you're finishing a book that you have really enjoyed, and you know, you don't want it to end, but like you want to have a satisfying conclusion. It's kind of like that, I feel like. I should start drawing like bigger stones, like kind of in perspective to draw around. Gosh, I just had a thought, like, how am I gonna feel when I'm wrapping this comic up? Well, but that's why it's kind of maybe important for me to be making kind of these pilot comic projects now, because eventually I'll finish this. And I'll want to be able to, you know, maybe not jump right in, but I'll want to be able to like have another big project to work on. It's been good to have like a big project that, like, no matter what, you know, even if I don't feel like creative or motivated or whatever, I can just work on this, no problem. Yeah, it's weird to think about, like, when I finish this, but I want to, you know, I want to finish it. You know, it's kind of crazy to think that, like, I spent 20 chapters on basically what amounts to a year. I definitely have to, like, speed up the action. Otherwise, we're going to end up with, like, hundreds of chapters, and that's probably not an ideal situation. Maybe I could, like, limit myself to a certain number of chapters per year. I feel like at the beginning I had a lot of stuff to set up, though, right? And I need to start thinking about, like, you know, in story writing, they talk about, like, setting up a narrative and it, like, paying off, right? Like the narrative that you set up kind of, like, culminates in a story, a satisfying, like, resolution, right? There are a lot of things that I've set up that, like, now I gotta do the payoff. Hey BP, how's it going? Thanks for the pistache. I'm just here rambling about my story. Nuts indeed.
It's time for pistachios. I'm gonna keep on crunching on those pistachios. I'm gonna keep on reaching into this bag of nuts.
Less thick.
I'm gonna keep on munching on those pistachios. Pistachios.
How's it going? I'm gonna be lurking a bit because I have got to get some work done, but I will be here. Nice. You're in university, right? Is it schoolwork? Still in school? Oh, like high school? Wow. Just didn't go to school today. Oh, okay. Doing chemistry equations. I was not good at chemistry. Okay. Does 18 or 19 to 19 count as high school? We don't have high school here. Yeah, I figure, like, cause I know, well, honestly, you told me a snake that only lives in a very small part of the world, so I know where you live. I'm not gonna say it out loud because I don't want to dox you. But I don't know the school system there. But I think if you're in school, like in America and other places I've lived, like in Japan, school after like 18 to 19 is either like university or college or like a tech program. No, I'm not gonna do that. Don't worry. I will not be doxing any of my any of chat. My interest in animals and phylogeny will not lead me to dox you. Don't worry. So I guess it really depends on like what you're doing, but or my mistake after that day, I have to be more careful. It's hard. It's hard to like talk about like things that are happening in your, in your area without like giving stuff away. I think I have the kind of good fortune that I live in a pretty big, pretty sparsely populated area that spans a large geographic area, and it could be like 5 or 6 different states I could be talking about, right? 18 to 19, last year of high school, only if you are held back a year, Darren. And no judgment. Look, I failed a bunch of classes in my high school. I have another 1 year of school left. Okay, maybe the ages are different because they can be different from place to place. Like in America, high school is 14 to 18, but in Japan, high school is only 3 years, so it's like 15 to 18. So if where you live, high school, like secondary school or whatever, doesn't end until 19, you know, that could just be like what it's like where you are. Have to decide how I'm gonna do some of this stuff. I got into like a weird conversation about this with somebody who insisted that Americans start high school at 13, which is not true. Unless you like unless you skip ahead, right? You're 14 when you start your first year of high school, and unless your birthday is over the summer, you will turn 15 during your first year of high school. Just want school to be over fast and try to get into uni. What are you thinking about studying in uni? I think if I could go back, I might do it differently. But honestly, you know, I think a lot of people feel that way about a lot of things, and you just have to... If you regret something, that just tells you what you want to do in the future. And I think regret is valuable in that it can tell you about like what you want for your future self. Zoology, nice. Everyone else in my stream wants to be doctors, though. I mean, hey, you gotta have zoologists, though. I think that's awesome. I really like animals. I like learning about animals. I am not good at like STEM stuff, but like I'm interested in like biology, zoology, paleontology, all that. And I think it's cool when people go into that because they can get into stuff like conservation of endangered species. They can do a lot of good in the world. I don't want to go to med school. I just get into uni. Big dreams. Are we in ads? You know what? That's a good BRB time for me. I won't be too long. Okay, I am back. But ads are still going on. And I am putting lotion on my hands so that I don't dry up. Getting my headphones back on. Taking down the BRB screen. Did I take it down? Yes, I did. Okay. And getting my crap back on. Here we go. Okay, ad should be over. You haven't seen the meme? To be honest, I don't really have a lot of time for like being on the internet right now. It has been a busy year. And I'm even like neglecting some of the social media stuff I should be doing. For my art, but yeah. I just do this and study pretty much right now, and like house chores. Keep one pistachio, one hydrate, right? Only well, you can do hydrates as much as you want. There's no limit on that. But only one pistachio. Thank you for the hydrate.
It's time to hydrate. Thank you for the drink. It's just fucking water.
You do hydrate. I think there's a cooldown period, but yeah, you can hydrate. But then I'll need to replenish my electrolytes. Villain arc has begun. Yeah, pretty... You know, sooner or later I'll have to get some more redeems. Because I only have 2 right now. I really need to make more. I need to make Twitch assets as well, but like... You know, I was in a stream earlier. It Sleeps in the Day was streaming, and he was kind of like, you know, like, you need to get these assets made for your Twitch. It's just like, I know. My comic, though. That's the problem. But, you know, one day I will. I have a PNG tuber planned. I have gosh, some background elements that I want to do. A lot of stuff that I plan to do eventually, but you know, it's got to be like a good month. You know, I think I could work on asset kind of stuff towards the end of the month if I get my goal done for comic pages, but like, Ooh, boy, are we cutting it close this month. And it is the 22nd. It has just become the 22nd for me, but it is the 22nd. That's pretty much it in terms of the background. We can get rid of all of this stuff. There was something else I wanted to do, though. I don't remember. Oh, yes I do. Yes I do. Have I been to Japan? I used to live in Japan. So I want to give him like a shadow. Make him look menacing. Oh man, come on. Haven't been there since 2014. A lot must have changed. Why do you say that? I have to get to mod view real quick. No, I don't. I can just use my bot. Yay. I feel old? Oh, no. Not if you're like 18 or 19 years old. Well, but I'll say, I feel like you feel older, like people in general feel older when they're like 18 to 25. And then you start to kind of feel younger again. It's kind of weird. I feel like everybody kind of goes through that, though. I moved to Japan in 2013, I think. And lived there until the very end of 2019. Bad time to move. Of course, because I was dealing with mod stuff, I lost my... There we go. Okay. We're also old, not in an offensive way. Have you reached Unk status? I guess I have, but you know, like that's the thing. That's kind of what I'm saying. I feel like once you're like past a certain age, like you stop thinking about it that way. Because I don't know, like you realize that like youth isn't all it's cracked up to be, and like getting older is a privilege, and stuff doesn't really change that much. Like your interests and like what you like to do, they don't change that much. You're still like, I don't know, you're still the same person. I think for me, like, I know you say like no offense, right? Like I appreciate that, like I get it. I think that like when you start to like get into your 20s, you kind of realize that like, haha, you're old is kind of like a self-sabotaging kind of way to look at things, because like you're gonna get old too, you know? And it's waiting for everybody. And it's not as bad as it seems. There are plus sides, like getting to do whatever you want, and, well, I mean, you have to find a way to live, but I love old people. They were like, why the more age the better. Yeah, like I know, you know, in like art, like I appreciate having older people that like I can learn from, you know. I can learn from their experiences and learn from their perspective. Because one thing you learn from, like, you know, you look at an older person, you look at their career, and like all the like changes in taste that the world goes throughout like a person's career. And they're still, you know, they're still powering through all that, like making their art. Kind of learn to ignore that stuff. Like James Gurney is an artist that I think of that is quite a bit older than me, but he's, you know, he's still, not that it's a surprise that he's still working, but he's still working. He's still making the stuff that he loves to make, and like he doesn't really, you know, care that much about like what's trendy or whatever. He's just a good, skilled artist. And he makes what he wants to make. I want to live around 150 years. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, you know, like, I'm just speaking, like, as an artist, but I feel like, you know, that's something that you learn, the older you get, that, like, catering to, you know, trends and tastes and stuff like that, it's not really sustainable in the long run. People burn out that way, and, like, also, you know, if they're kind of getting by on, like, what's popular, their viability as an artist is going to go away when those things stop being popular, unless they're just going to jump right on the next thing. And that's, like, there are definitely people who do that, but I feel like the people who are able to do that successfully are also just, like, either highly skilled or, like, really good at I don't know, marketing. It's actually kind of more ideal to find, like, something that's kind of niche but, like, still reasonably popular, because then, you know, like, you find a... Thank you for the hydrate. You find a space that's, like, maybe underserved, like, there's not a lot of other artists doing that kind of thing, but it's still something that, you know, people want to see. I feel like that's kind of the ideal place to be. Burnout, yeah, burnout is not fun. And like, especially when it comes to, you know, something that you're going to be working on day after day. If it's not something... Oh, I made a silly mistake. If it's not something that you really genuinely, earnestly enjoy doing, then, like, you're going to burn out on it. And I've learned that the hard way. Like, I know that there have been times in my life where I've, like, tried to, like, make comics that have, like, more mass appeal, but, like, I hated working on them, and it made me, like, really not want to do, like, original comics. But that's something I'm trying to get back into now, and I'm going to be more... more self-indulgent, I guess. I'm not gonna give a shit about, like, what's like mainstream or whatever. Just gonna make what I... How did you live in Japan if you don't know Japan? Wait, I don't know Japan? What do you mean? Oh, Japanese. 話せるよ。今、N3 のレベルけど、会話が大丈夫ですね。I truly am just absolute dog shit at typing, no problem. No problem. I feel like usually I can, you know, kind of figure out what somebody means, but I was not sure what you meant right there. I don't know Japanese, bro. Well, I do. I said, you know, right now I'm at like an N3 level, like in terms of like testing, but conversations are no problem. And I made a grammatical mistake, but I won't point it out. But you have to be, you know, to be bilingual, you have to be willing to make mistakes. But yeah, that's why I have the bilingual tag in my stream tags. If anybody does come in here and want to speak Japanese, I guess I'll speak Japanese with them. But I understand, like, that's a relatively small segment of people. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. This ground. I also don't know Japanese. I think you understood what I think you do know Japanese. I think that you just need to study a little bit more. Or get a little more listening and conversation experience. But so do I. Aka-chan wa doko kara kuru no. Aka-chan wa doko kara kuru no. It looks much smoother. What does? Maple-chan wa doko kara kuru no. I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head. Thanks. My drawing. Oh, good. Some time ago, I joined a certain sport and we had practice 6 days a week. That, along with my tutor classes, I come home at 9 p.m., eat, sleep, study, and continue all over again. But as far as I barely had the time to talk with my parents who lived in the same house, and then after like 3 years of that, I had to stop. Kids' lesson is don't burn out. These blending sticks are just so good. The tortillons, yeah. Well, I look forward to seeing how it turns out. I feel like my schedule is kind of similar right now. I wake up, I clean the kitchen, I make like lunch basically ahead of time. I cook dinner, I get ready for stream, I stream, I get off stream, I study Japanese and Tagalog, and I eat and go to sleep. Can I cook? I cook every day, yeah. Might do that again. Do you cook? I like cooking, and also, like, I have an illness I have Crohn's disease, which is like a GI illness, and it's easier to control if I cook for myself and don't eat like a lot of junk food. So I cook every day. That almost looks kind of cool, but nope. Tonight, I made rice with lentils in the rice, good for fiber. Broccoli, salad, miso soup with cabbage and daikon, and we had some leftover fish, so I used that. Started cooking recently. What kind of stuff do you cook? I mostly cook Japanese food. I sometimes cook Filipino food, and rarely I'll cook like more kind of Western food. I really want to prioritize not using a lot of screen tones, so we're gonna... Even if I use screen tones on top of this, we're gonna do other things. I can make some stuff, but nothing too deep. I mean, that's how it starts, you know? I started cooking when I was in middle school, because my family didn't cook, and they didn't really care very much about feeding me, so I took it upon myself to learn. And I was not good at it when I started. Geez, what, Cromer? About my lore drop? Or something else. I can't believe it's already been almost an hour and a half, or it has been an hour and a half, wow, of stream. It's crazy. It's crazy how much time this takes. Well, but I am enjoying it. Like, I love drawing comics, so it doesn't like feel like a burden or anything. Alu Kima. Ooh, Kima! I got a recipe book from abroad, and when I do go abroad, I try to get the cheapest cooking book I can get. I can cook Western, I do some curries, can do a lot of Indian meals, and I know how to make bread. What kind of bread? I love curry. All kinds of different curries. Japanese curry, which I know is not like authentic. That's my favorite food, but I love... There was a when I lived in 2 cities ago, there was like a Bangladesh restaurant, and they were really good. We would go there when we had the time and the money. now we live in the middle of nowhere. And people probably don't really know what curry is here. I remember I made takikomi gohan, which is like a mixed rice dish, where you kind of put everything together in the rice cooker. You can use different ingredients, but this one had a lot of different kind of mushrooms and chicken thighs. And in the water for the rice, you put dashi, soy sauce, mirin, and sake, which has a really like subtle flavor. It's I really like it. And my husband brought some to work with him for his coworker, and his coworker said, "Oh, it's teriyaki." It's like, it is absolutely not teriyaki. But I think that's people's impression of, well, if it's East Asian food, it must be teriyaki. Oops. You know, not to make fun of people here. Like, I get it. We're in the middle of nowhere. It's not like a culturally diverse place to live, unfortunately. But it does, you know, it's hard to find the foods I usually like to cook and eat in grocery stores here. It's been rough. I regret moving here. But like I said, today's regrets can inform you on what you want for your future. So it's important to listen to those regrets and don't just try to bury them. Biggest abomination I've made is oats, rice, milk, honey, chocolate powder, and dates. Mashed maybe into a massive porridge or sludge. It's edible. If you put more honey into it, it gets better, but I just used it as an emergency food. Yeah, that sounds kind of like emergency food. I like those things separately. I don't know about together. I love dates, though. A lot of people don't like them, but I really like them. There's a streamer I watch, Questly, and he's doing his stream anniversary right now, and he's doing his subathon. Like, every 10 subs he gets, he eats something quote-unquote disgusting. And the two things that he mentioned were both foods that I like. Spam, which is great in fried rice in my opinion, and natto, which I like it. I don't understand why people hate it so much, to be honest. Like, it's not gross, and people say it's stinky. I don't smell a stinkiness. It's also my bulking gain meal. Oh, trying to get those gains. Yeah, it's awful. Here, you can only get like a few different kinds of fish, which I'm used to eating a lot of fish and seafood. I've never lived in a place where that wasn't cheap and abundant. The variety of vegetables is, I feel like, really small as well. A lot of the vegetables that I'm used to, you can't get here. I can't smell stickiness that belongs to a sense of touch. Well, like people say that like natto smells bad or whatever. I don't think it smells bad. It just smells like food to me. I like it though. I don't know. I feel like the people who are like, ew, natto. Like, I feel like there's like some, I don't know. I don't want to accuse. Like, I don't mean to say that like people who say that are racist, but I think like the fear that has kind of like been drummed up around certain foods is like, gotta versatility, gotta go, goodbye. Well, thanks for stopping by and have a good day. Ranting about natto. And thank you for the hydrate. Probably a good time to save. I've been sitting here working, not saving. And, yeah. Also just like checking my messages real quick. Making sure I'm not getting any emails about my like new accounts that I started, because I think I've verified all of them already, but like, you know, sometimes, I don't know, you'll get nonsense. You know how it is. Okay. Everything looks fine. It really should have done that right before stream. But I was talking to somebody who's kind of like helping me sort out everything that I need to do. And I just didn't realize like how late it was, and I just started making accounts, making an email, making accounts. Oh, oops. Kind of want to thicken this line here. and this is hard because I don't... Well, okay, I think I have kind of a plan. Because I don't want his shadow to be, like... This is the problem, when you have, like, a lot of, like, solid black areas, like, right next to each other. But we can... make his shadow. Like that. Alright, and now I think we can start working on the foreground, finishing that up. I don't know why this is in a folder. I guess I wanted to make it all one color before, but I don't need to do that anymore. We're just gonna make 2 monochrome layers so I can merge stuff down onto the layer when I'm finished with it. And we're gonna start with this, with his hair. Yes, we need it to stand out. Oh boy. A lot of areas of solid black here. Oh. No. No. Wrong icon completely. I'm going to move that icon all the way down, because not only do I not want to use that, but I run the risk of, like, messing with my rulers if I accidentally select that. I think there's, like, nothing that I actually want from that the majority of the time I'm drawing, so let's have that not be where it was. Actually, I keep messing this up. We want to make sure to use the correct brush. She looks like Azuri from Block Tales. Well, this is a guy, but I'll look up who that person is. I'm actually not familiar with Block Tales, but she looks pretty cool. She has a cool outfit. I like kind of like witchy outfits. we go. And get his... I might do the top of his hat black and hatching underneath. I think that will help me accomplish the look I'm going for, because we want to use screen tones as little as possible. That's the goal. Let's see. We will add a little bit of a highlight on his hat. So we can have it stand out from the background. There we go. Alright. I guess that's fine. I don't want to do any more like solid black. Or he's just gonna like fade into the background. Okay. Getting very nearly done here. Then we can do gesture party. Although, like, I feel like I've been in comic mode for like all week. And it's hard to not just want to keep working on comics. But I know it's good for me to practice. Oh, man. A sudden craving for Oreos. I think we were talking about Oreos earlier, though, in Chill Phil's stream. Some dude's asking what everybody's favorite ice cream flavor is, and I was saying I really like mint Oreo. Which is not something, like, I feel like Dairy Queen is kind of the only place you can encounter that. No, I want Dairy Queen. Okay, now we can add screen tones. Well, let's look how it looks. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. Alright, let's add screen tones. We can get rid of... Actually, I want to keep that, but we can get rid of all this. But I'll just go ahead and put this in the screen tones folder because it is something that I want to more or less screen tone. I want to put like a little bit of tone on it. All right. I'm going to use a lot of the same screen tone for everything else that's going on. It's fine. It's a small frame. If you get into too many details, it's not going to look good. What a week. What a week it's been. It all started last Friday, and it is now once again Friday. I am going to have a busy weekend. But I am in the process of setting up a website for my comic. It's going to take a little while. Background complete, nice. Let me know if you post anything. Because I don't have Discord up right now. I've got too many things on my screen. Yeah, I've got the domain and everything for my comic. To like put my comic on its own website. I've just gotta actually do that. Gonna be a hot second. But I really, this is something I should have done sooner. It's just funny how, like, necessity kind of puts your ass in gear about certain things, and like maybe you've been putting something off for a while and then something happens and like, well, I can't put it off anymore. I wish that weren't the way it is. Like I wish I could just like make myself do things before it became like a crisis. And like honestly, as long as it's drawing, I certainly can. Say the corn kernels for when I don't suffer from allergies since I need complete focus. Fair enough. With drawing I can do it, right? I don't need motivation, I don't need inspiration. I can just do it. I can just sit down and do it, but like I think the fact that I use up so much of my like mental energy every day on drawing, on studying, on that kind of thing, it kind of makes things outside of that realm a little difficult. Like I'm just too mentally exhausted after all that, and so I put things off that I shouldn't put off, like making my own website, like running my social media. But at least I found like a template for posting comics on your own website, which should be good. You know what I might even do is in the future, when I have some more, like, when I have some original comics, I might make like a separate website for that, for like original comics and like other art that I make. But yeah, for now, this comic is gonna have its own website. Very exciting. And you know, like at least like now I'll kind of be learning, you know, on the job. I'll be learning about how to like put a website together and maintain it, which, you know, for the future, no matter what I decide to do, is probably a good idea. Because one thing is for sure, social media, pretty much all social media sucks for artists. And you know, I feel like it's good to maintain a social media presence, but I think it's good to have like your own website that you're in control of. And NeoCities looks very promising. You can do a free website with it. I need more out of it, like, because I'm gonna have a lot of like images and stuff, and that's really the one big reason like why I went for the paid option. But you can do a website for free, and it seems like a pretty good setup. All right, let's save. It has been posted. Let me take a look. Oh, nice. Coming together. Yeah, those are really smooth values. Looking really good. Decent amount of contrast. I can see where the kernels are going to go. Alright, let's put together a drink. Making myself a flavored water here. Maybe add a little more flavor. That's pretty thin. Just a tiny bit more. There we go. Alrighty. The thing I'll say that sucks about central AC is air filters. How so? Having to change them out? Or are they like... My window units have like filters that like pretty much... I just have to wash them myself. Need to change ours, but we don't have any new ones. Yes, I have. I do have a screen tone already for this one. Let's see. My allergies are going haywire right now. That sucks. Yeah, mine were really bad. I don't know, like a few weeks ago, but like fortunately they've been kind of okay. I say that, watch them like really pop off. Well, okay, I'm torn about like how I want to do this. I really prefer the harder sand. So maybe what I'll do have caffeine, but that slowly helps relieve some nasal pressure with the downside of not like, yeah, because it is a vasodilator, right? Like it makes your blood vessels like dilate, and it that can help with like a lot of things like allergies and stuff, right? But yeah, not speaking of my allergies are okay. Yeah, I mean that's literally predicted. Unless I sneezed before and just forgot about it. Part of it though, I will kind of sneeze a lot because of how dry the air is here. That's another part of it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. Okay. And that is done. That's the page. Gonna save. Although I kind of, I kind of want to try one thing before I say done for sure. I kind of want to try, because when I look at it from far away, he's a little unclear in his silhouette. I don't know that I want to. I think I'm okay with him like that. Sleeping under 2 blankets acts like its own air filter. Oh man, I wish I could sleep under 2 blankets right now. It is just way too hot. Alright, yeah, that's it. That's the page. Gosh, I'm playing a dangerous game here. I kind of want to start... Just format the next page, just to have it ready for myself, because I'd like to work on it this weekend. I am so happy to have this page done, though. I was a little worried it would take a lot of time. It hasn't been so bad, because there's like a lot of vehicles and stuff on the page, but it's fine. Alright, next page is page 29. Down to the last 4 pages. I'm so tempted to just draw this. I have other responsibilities, though. It just goes to show, if you let me, I will just draw comics all the time. And maybe sometimes play a video game. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night, though, Stardew Valley, because, yes, getting so close to the end. Okay, I'm glad I left myself a note that this is in his office. Oh man. Only 5 frames. I just keep thinking like, oh man, I could really make a lot of progress on this tonight, but I mustn't. I mustn't. This is like the last scene too, I think. You know what? I'm gonna do a little cheeky. No, we're not. Okay, I don't need to spend any more time on this. I've been irresponsible enough as it is. What we need to do is gesture a party. Okay, we're gonna get the canvas and everything ready. Get the brush I want to use ready. Subject of Japan, I just ordered a set of Japanese saws. That's interesting. What makes Japanese saws different? Is it just that they use Japanese steel, or is there a different, something different about the way they're made? I need to check to see that my phone is fully charged, because I will be using it for its timer setting. It is fully charged. I'm gonna go into the clock and get that timer ready, because it'll be a minute before I need it, but I'd like to have it ready. And yeah. Unfortunately, ads have just happened, but I am going to do a BRB really quickly before I get started on this, because I just want to be able to, like, focus on this and not worry about, like, when the ad is starting. So be back in just a moment. Alrighty, I am back, and we got our study stream stuff already up on OBS. So we're going to help break down the 3 5-foot logs. Japanese saws aren't much different from saws here, but those you don't typically need to sharpen. Wow, the difference really is down to 3 things: preference, price, and what you were using it for. I guess that makes sense. Wow, don't need to sharpen. I don't know anything about, like, blades, knives, that kind of thing, really. The only knives I'm regularly using are to break down boxes and kitchen knives. I know you gotta sharpen a kitchen knife every once in a while. I don't really know anything about saws. I am, like, I do think that, like, wood carving is really cool, though. Like, actually, in the comic that I'm making, there's a character that, like, carves things out of wood. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, like, depicting it, though. I could be, like, depicting it totally wrong. But the reason that I wanted to, like, make that character be into wood carving is because she's Welsh, and there's like a Welsh tradition of carving like elaborate spoons out of wood, and like they have different meanings, and like you can give them to like the person that you're interested in is like a declaration of love or like a proposal. So that's kind of what got me interested into it in the first place, like as a concept. But yeah, let's do us some Gestraw. So, as usual, first we're going to mute the video, because it has music, but, like, I don't like the music they use. No offense, Gestraw Party. As usual, we're going to be doing 5 1-minute sketches, 4 2-minute sketches, 1 5-minute sketch, and then I've got a longer pose saved that I'm going to work on for 20 minutes. Let's just go for it. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Because, like, I feel out of practice. I feel rusty. I didn't do this last week. But you can't let that feeling... You want to hesitate. You want to be like, oh, I don't want to do it right now. I want to wait until I'm ready. But you can't. You're never going to be ready. You just have to push yourself to do it. And, like, really, I think it is important to do this kind of practice regularly. If you're wanting to draw people a lot, especially if you're like me and people really aren't your comfort zone. It is very important to push yourself to do this stuff. That's 1 minute. Hey, it's at the end of the day, it's 38 minutes of my life. It's not much. I can commit to 38 minutes. You know, a lot of people are like I talk to are like really intimidated by like time limits, but like I find that to like be like less stressful, because it's like, okay, I'm gonna work on this pose for a single minute. If it doesn't come out very good, or if I'm stressed out, it's 1 minute of stress, right? It's not bad. I can deal with 1 minute. And legitimately, it helps me. Helps me when I've heard people say it doesn't help them when they're laying out poses and stuff like that. It really does, like, help me, though. I think it probably just depends on, like, what you're doing when you're drawing people. But, like, I think the reason that it helps me so much is because, I've always been pretty stiff with drawing, and I have, like, a hard time, like, getting myself to be a little more, not impulsive, spontaneous is kind of the word that I'm looking for, and a little more, like, I overthink. I should underthink a little bit more, and, like, being in the habit of gesture drawing helps me because it's like you have 1 minute to lay out a pose. You have to get that information down as quickly as possible. And I think it can really help you loosen up and start thinking about, like, the body as big shapes. Especially with these 1 minute drawings. Like, thinking of the body, like, as one whole rather than many parts. And, you know, it's valuable to, like, be able to think in both ways, like, think of the body as, like, one whole, as well as, like, considering its many parts. But actually, like, as a foundational skill, this is more important than anatomy. More important, I don't know. This is what you should be focusing on before you're focusing on anatomy. Is a better way to put that. It's more foundational. If you don't have this, then you can learn anatomy all you want. It's not going to come out looking right because you don't have, like, a basis of gesture and shape and form and it's like a prerequisite. Here comes Maple. Maple, what is it? I'm drawing gesture drawings. What are we doing? She says, I don't approve of that. You need to pet me, play with me, give me attention. Two minutes. Yeah, like, I think that maybe people's anxiety is like, oh, I can't, if I draw it in 1 minute, 2 minutes, it's gonna look bad. And I understand, like, especially when you're just starting out drawing, you're afraid of making drawings that look bad, but I think it's absolutely vital to make bad drawings. Bad drawings meaning, like, drawings that don't successfully convey the information that you want to convey and don't come out looking the way you want them to look. And sometimes that could be, like, technical things that you wanted to achieve, like, oh, I wanted to, I don't know, draw, I'm on legs and I can only focus on so many things at a time. Draw, like, realistic, believable legs, and you fail to do that. Okay. Like, I think a lot of, like, beginners are afraid to make work that they feel like looks bad, and they find it, like, embarrassing and whatnot, but, like, that's how you learn. And you can't get good at art without being bad at it for a really long time. Well, and, like, I feel like that's discouraging. You know, I think even early on, like, even, like, beginner artists, like, make good work. But the consistency isn't there yet, right? Like, your baseline is at a pretty low level, so even though you might make things that look really good every once in a while, you're gonna have more instances of things not coming out the way you want, and that baseline is just gonna go up with time. You're gonna get more intuition and knowledge and things like that, and things are gonna come out more the way you want more often as you get better. And that's the goal. But in order to get that, you have to make a lot of mistakes so that you can actually like see what mistakes you tend to make. That's really important. Which is why, like, one of the reasons I think that like doing a lot of very short drawings is so valuable, because it lets you try things and make a lot of mistakes without like a lot of emotional investment and time investment. I think that's super helpful. You know, I think if it helps, like, to think of gesture drawing as something that you're just gonna do for practice, it's like, I'm not gonna show anybody this. I mean, I guess if you really like the way a gesture drawing comes out, then you can decide, like, okay, maybe I'll show people this one. But like, I think it could help if that's the way you feel, that like you're embarrassed of like making bad drawings. Just be like, well, okay, this isn't work for showing off. This is just for practice. And, like, I see that kind of actually reminds me of like a something I've seen artists talk about, which is a very good point. These days, people will do like sketchbook tours, and their sketchbook is all like beautiful finished art that's like fully painted or rendered in pencil or what have you. And like, I think it's fine to do finished art in a sketchbook. That's not what I'm saying, but I think it can create this expectation that your sketchbook should be like this place where, you know, you're making this like collection of finished pieces. But ideally, you should have a place where you're just, you know, trying things, practicing, not too worried about the outcome, and just getting stuff down, getting ideas down, getting practice down, and sometimes, you know, getting your mistakes down on paper so you can see them. Take a sip of water, maybe save. That's super important. Like, my sketchbook honestly is not. I'll do a sketchbook tour, but I think it's probably going to be pretty underwhelming with like my current one. It's a lot of line confidence practice. Here in Silence, since friends are playing a co-op game, so I'm playing that, but all the silent support. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for the lurk. I hope you enjoy your game. Oh, man. I'm so thirsty. It must be drying out. We had some rain, but yeah, let's take a look at what the weather's doing. It's heating up, that's what it's doing. Ugh. Hate that. When it starts getting really warm, I'll like sleep on the couch in the living room because it's just too hot. It's just too hot to sleep in the bed. And it's a bummer because, like, who wants to sleep on the couch? I mean, maybe if you had a really comfortable couch or something, but the only place for air conditioner in the bedroom is like pointed at the bed. It's like right next to it. It's terrible. I'd rather just sleep in the living room. See, one of the really good things about this for me in particular, and like talking about how maybe stiff my work can get when I'm not careful, or when I'm too careful, really. I only have 2 minutes to draw this, right? And if I want like a good amount of detail and information, then I kind of just need to like sketch out the shape of the body using a little more intuition and less construction and go for it, right? And that really helps me loosen up and also like get a better sense of intuition when it comes to drawing. Which I need. Never been a very intuitive artist or person. But everything, pretty much everything is a skill. I don't want to say everything. I think there are some things that, like, you know, our neurodivergences and things like that can really impact, like, the way our brains work. But, you know, I think that, like, something like intuition, patience, diligence, those kinds of things, I think those are skills that you can build. I don't mean, like, you know, I say that, and, like, diligence can be a tricky one, because, I know that, like, ADHD can really affect, like, habit forming, and I don't have ADHD. I have other things, but I've heard from artists and people in general who have ADHD that it can really make it very difficult for them to form habits, because what'll happen is they'll get the habit maybe for a little while, but then something will happen that will throw them off once, and then it's like impossible to get back to it after that. It's like that's the way, you know, some people's brains work. And in that case, I think, you know, because of course there are artists with ADHD. I think in those cases, you know, you just kind of have to like find what works for you. You know, I think, if anything, my neurodivergence is a big part of why my art has been so stiff in the past. So I've really had to like push myself to work against my own like brain chemistry. And it has not been easy, but I think when it comes to art and skill building, we all have different limitations, and we all have to like push ourselves in different ways to improve and kind of like change the way we work, we see, and we have to, you know, make adjustments to our process in order to better accommodate our own brains. It's a whole lot of stuff to consider, but it's worth it in the end, and I think anybody can be a good artist. I think anybody can get good at drawing or painting or whatever you want to do. It just takes interest and effort. And a willingness to make mistakes a lot. The mistake of, I think I made this a little too big. But it does take interest, though. I love looking at paintings, but I don't think I'm that interested in learning how to paint. I've tried it a little bit here and there, but it is, doesn't bring me as much joy as drawing. I have come to realize. But that just makes me appreciate people who do cultivate that skill even more, because they're doing something that I don't have. A skill I don't have, that, you know, I can appreciate how difficult that skill is to build, and they're doing it. And it, you know, also can make me appreciate, like, how, specific, like, the skills I'm building are. Some of those skills are, I think, are transferable. Not all of them are. You know, that's something that I've had to learn, that, like, being good at drawing, for instance, doesn't equate to... I think it can help. I think that there are things that, like, you learn from one or the other that would carry over. Like, blocking things into big shapes, for instance, is an important one. Understanding value is important. But there's something about painting that is more like sculpting. And drawing, well, some people do draw that way, but I find that those people tend to be coming from a painting background. But painting is more like sculpting images. I think drawing is... I don't know. Like, I feel like people who paint can get something down on paper and work it until they get what they want. And I think with drawing, you kind of have to be more in the mindset of kind of imagining what you want to put down and then putting it down. It's kind of funny because I think it is reflected in the way that I write. Because with drawing, you know, when I'm drawing, I'd rather do like a thumbnail basically, and then start from scratch and just draw the thing. Whereas like with painting, I feel like I mean, painters do thumbnails, right? I don't want to like, but like they can put something down, and I'm really impressed by this. They can put something down on paper and work it and work it and work it, and it ends up like looking like something totally different by the end. Like they get the image down, and then you know, it's like sculpting, like I said. But for me, like, once I get the image down, it's like I'm kind of like at peace with it, and if anything, I'm gonna redraw over part of it and erase, rather than kind of do like what a painter would do. I find that like a lot easier. I feel like it's reflected in the way I prefer to write as well, because I don't like to edit very much. I'd rather rewrite a section. And maybe that's bad. Maybe I need to kind of get out of that habit, but it is... Let me change the input so we just have a bigger Clip Studio screen, because I don't think I need to like look at anything off screen anymore. I think we're done with that. Alright, let's save. Actually, before I do this, I want to lay out my poses so I don't have to think about that later. Alright. Yeah, I want to lay out my poses. I really need to get back to writing. I have a story that's like halfway done, and I just feel really stuck on it. See, I was dreading doing this, but now I'm glad I did it. I'm dreading the 20-minute pose, but I know I'll be glad I've done it. See, like, that's what I'm talking, like, building up, like, tolerance for, like, stress. Like, that's an important skill. Because me some years ago, I would be like, I don't feel like doing it. Like, that feels too hard. I'll do it when I feel more comfortable. And inevitably what happens is you never do it, because you're never going to get more comfortable with it until you do it more. And I still fight against that. Like, today I feel like I chose a pose that was, like, maybe a little easier. But I don't know. I'm trying to take it a little easy on myself this week. I had a really stressful week. It was not good. I'm just trying to roll with the punches, and if I can make my 20-minute drawing that, like, for all 20 minutes of it, like, for how short amount of time it is, like, I'm gonna dread it so much, maybe I don't want to do it. I'm gonna make it a little easier on myself this week. Maybe I'll make these ones smaller. Oh man, I really need to get back on social media too, and one part of that I'm dreading is, in the past, I've just followed people, right? Like, I follow people that, like, they do a funny post or whatever. But, like, I need to unfollow a bunch of people, because, like, I dread going on social media so much that, like, I need it to just be, like, other artists, basically, or people, friends and artists, basically. I need to not... What is the pose? Is it... Okay. Trying to think about, like, how I'm gonna lay this out. Yeah, I needed to just be, like, friends and artists, because... I don't need to dread, like, going on there. I need it to be, like, a quick thing where, like, I can see, you know, where people that I really want and need to be following or posting, I can post my updates or what have you, and get off. That's what I need. Okay, let's save again. Let's mentally prepare. I keep, like, checking Tumblr. I don't know why. I don't know what I expect is gonna happen. I just, like, when you get into, like, the headspace of, like, you have, like, you're dreading getting messages or whatever, like, you start to, like, at least for me, like, kind of compulsively make sure I haven't gotten a message, whatever. Hopefully the stress will end, though. Oh, wrong timer. Wrong timer. This is 20 minutes. I don't get all the time in the world to work on this. Alright. Let me make sure I have everything the way that I want it, though, first, because I would rather use a bigger brush on this. Man, and also, I might open the window. It's like really... It's 40 degrees outside, but it feels like it's 85 degrees in here. Also, Maple left a bucket on the desk. Yeah, she left a bucket. Alright, I'm opening the window. I'm opening it pretty wide, and hopefully it'll cool down in here. Well, I don't want to open it too wide. I don't want to leak it on me. There we go. Oh, that's a good girl. Alright. You know, I was almost thinking, like... I almost had the thought of, like... What if I made myself do, like, a co-working stream every once in a while to do, like, social media stuff? But then I thought about the fact that, one, Instagram is mobile only, and two, if I were scrolling Twitter on Twitch, I'd get banned. Because I definitely follow, like, artists who do, like, not safe for work stuff and things like that, and I don't want to be, like, scrolling and then there's some drawing of some, like, spicy stuff or whatever, and then Twitch is like, nope. So I can't do that. I'm just, like, and the reason it even occurred to me, damn it, I keep doing the wrong timer. The reason it even occurred to me was because I dread doing it so much. Well, yeah, apparently there are minors in here. I'm tempted to be like, my stream is like 18 plus. Just because, like, my projects sometimes are 18 plus, even though I'm not working on 18 plus parts on stream. I don't want people to be like, oh, where could I find you? And I'm like, I can't tell you. I don't want to tell you. So maybe in the future I will make my streams, like, no minors. But, like, yes, the more, like, I don't want Twitch to ban me because I'm, like, trying to, like, force myself to go on social media when I don't want to. So I'm gonna have to, like, find a time where, like, this is the official time slot where I have to be on social media, because that's the way my brain works. If I force myself to have, like, a regimented time slot for something, I'll do it. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, it's not happening. It doesn't fit into my rigid schedule. It's not on the spreadsheet. Oh, I was thinking about making a spreadsheet. One of the things I will do on stream, is I have to, as soon as I finish the chapter I'm working on, I have to go through my old pages and kind of, like, take notes on them. I can do that on stream. Why was I saying that? Because it's regimented. Oh, because I wanted to make a spreadsheet. I wanted to, like, make a list of, like, tropes and story arcs and put them on a spreadsheet, and for each chapter, like, mark whether that story point is touched on so that I can keep them relatively, like, consistent, without feeling like I need to like, touch on every story point for every chapter. I feel like a spreadsheet would be a really good idea for that. I'm feeling excited about the spreadsheet thing. Alright, let's actually draw this. 20 minutes on the clock. Ugh, I don't wanna, but we got 20 minutes on the clock. Content warning for the jump scare you're gonna experience in 20 minutes when my alarm goes off. Yeah, I don't want to have to think about, like, minors in stream and chat. I'm sorry if that makes me an asshole. It's just that, like, especially these days with, like, how protect the children, like the internet has become. Like, it's just not something I want to deal with. You know, at the end of my day, like, my art, I'm not making it with children in mind. I don't even want to be thinking about children while I'm making my work. Or teenagers. I don't know why the internet all of a sudden has become some cult to chanting "protect the children" and burning any company that disagrees by the stake. I mean, I think that there are a couple of sort of social trends and political trends that contribute to that, because, like, it is kind of always the same thing, like, when this happens. Like, when you think about the satanic panic of the 80s and early 90s, like, it's kind of like the same kind of atmosphere, even if the particulars are different. I've paused my timer, by the way, but, like, really, I think what it comes down to is that the people who are really out here for censorship and protecting the children, they don't really see their children as people so much as they see them as, like, investments. They see them as, like, vessels to carry on, like, their ideological beliefs. And they see their children as objects that will be tainted if they're exposed to certain kinds of beliefs or content, right? And they're trying to create, like, a sort of project, a political project of, like, how they want their kids to turn out. And if those kids are exposed to, like, other ideas and content, you know, they feel like they run the risk of them not turning out that way. They don't want autonomy for their kids. They want their kids to be, I hate to say stuff like this, but I think people are growing too sensitive. Well, I will say, like, I don't think it's moral OCD. I think actually, like, moral OCD is, like, more of a result of this kind of thing than a driving factor. I certainly think that there are people with moral OCD who are driving it, but I think typically it's the kids in this situation with the parents who are trying to, like, so strictly control what they're exposed to, who end up having moral OCD. And, like, I feel relatively comfortable talking about that because, like, for me, I have, like, an obsessive compulsive spectrum disorder. I don't have OCD, but I have something similar. And I understand how, like, that could become a thing for somebody, and I feel very sorry for people who have that. I feel a little bit inoculated to, like, the morality stuff because I don't know. It's always pissed me off. It's always pissed me off that people would equate, like, wanting to write a story about, like, a dark subject matter, meaning that you endorse that behavior, you know? Like, if I want to write a story about, like, a bad person doing bad things, that doesn't mean I'm a bad person who wants people to do bad things. Like, that's the fun of fiction, that you can explore those themes. Something I know is moral OCD makes you see morally gray as some evil incarnate from hell. I think a lot of people with moral OCD are self-aware. They understand that they have this problem, and the biggest point of suffering for them is that they view themselves stepping out of line as dooming themselves to burn in hell, right? Like, or that they're, like, just the most awful person. And I think self-awareness is important because when you're not self-aware and you have any kind of, like, obsessive compulsive disorder, it's a compulsion, you might say, that you feel compelled to, like, control other people's behavior. So self-awareness is super important with those disorders, and I know personally. But yeah, I don't know, like, Sensitive, I think it's a mix of things. I do think that, like, the very pro censorship people, I think some of them genuinely are completely unable to like deal with their discomfort, and I think that you could call that overly sensitive, yeah. But I think it helps to be, like, kind of precise about it. Like, it is the fact that, like, I can see something and you can see something on the internet that, you know, we think, like, ooh, gross, that makes me uncomfortable, and, you know, just be like, okay, I'm gonna look at something else now. And I think that these people see something that makes them uncomfortable on the internet, and they want to destroy it, and the person who, quote-unquote, forced them to see it, you know, I think... I'm talking about in terms of drawing, like, tolerance for discomfort. I think that's a really valuable life skill in general. I feel like GLaDOS listening to Cave Johnson rant about lemons right now. What do you mean? I don't remember that. It's been a long time since I've seen those games. But this is really important to me. Like, obviously, I won't get into this, but, like, I have had some attempts made on me to censor my content recently, which is why I'm making my own website now, and moving things around and everything like that. I really believe wholeheartedly in artistic freedom, freedom of expression. I believe in people's right to do whatever they want in fiction. You know, if it's fake, it doesn't say anything about, like, your morality, like what you draw or what you write or what have you. If you want to make, like, really dark stuff, you know, it kind of reminds me of how, like, people... I should actually draw. Kind of reminds me about how there's this idea that, like, comedy writers are, like, deeply depressed, and, like, people who make horror are, like, some of the most well-adjusted people and, like, happy. And, like, I get that that's, like, a stereotype, maybe, but I do kind of think there's some truth to it. I think that, like, allowing yourself to make, like, fucked up fiction and just really, like, revel in it and enjoy it, I think it does kind of require, like, a healthy sense of yourself, your morality, like, creativity, all that. And I think it does, like, make you a happier person to have worked that stuff out and to just, like, put it down in fiction. See Predator villains in fiction assign that the creator is Predator 2. Like, yeah, exactly. It's absurd. And, like, there have always been people like that, right? There have always been... Because I see people, like, claim that wasn't, like, a stance in fiction or whatever, however long ago. It was, like, there have always been people like that. The problem is that they've got a lot of power right now, and that's not good. You know, art platforms in general are quite strict about what you can depict, to the point that, like, if you're posting on an art platform, you can't depict things that happen in a lot of mainstream fiction, which I think is ridiculous. It's kind of like a punishment for being, like, an independent creator, right? You have to be, like, so careful. Really hate how scared of people are of being morally gray. Well, I mean, like I said, you know, you can make whatever fiction you want. It doesn't say anything about you as a person, except that maybe you're more well-adjusted. We let anybody rise to power via the internet, so assuming morons can get in positions of power to get rid of anything they dislike, most people who got power shouldn't have it. I mean, I think that, like, power in general is too centralized. I also think that, like, you know, we're talking about, like, kind of puritanical people. I think that, you know, they're organized and loud, and those of us who believe in artistic freedom and autonomy need to get more organized and louder. Because things are not going in our favor, and we can't just, like, sit back and not do anything about it. And, like, I don't know what that looks like, but I think it starts by talking about it amongst ourselves. You know, there are real consequences, like, oh, you can't sell adult content on itch.io anymore. Every Western comic platform has incredibly stringent, like, story content regulations. It's ridiculous. I was stuck on that one because, yeah. So we've gotta like start, like, talking about this and acknowledging it, and, you know, trying to figure out what to do about it, because we can't just complain about it. But complaining is important, but we can't just complain about it. We gotta figure something out. I appreciate NeoCities as a concept. I've learned a little bit about their project in the last couple of days while, you know, thinking about, like, making a website. And, you know, they rightly point out that a big driving force of kind of the pro-censorship puritanical nonsense is making the internet as ad-friendly as possible. All about them ads. So, like, while I won't be able to, like, put ads on my website, I'm happy about, like, the fact that NeoCities allows me to do what I want with my comic, and pretty much their terms of service says you're gonna see stuff that disturbs you on NeoCities website, and it's your responsibility to browse responsibly, and I appreciate that. Freedom of expression was one of the things that got us in the position we are now, but now everyone is rebelling against it like some evil dictatorship. I mean, that's kind of like the paradox of tolerance, right? In order to have a tolerant society, you have to be extremely intolerant of certain points of view. And I think the same is freedom of expression. In order for us to maintain freedom of expression, we absolutely must shut down anybody who threatens it. And not allow them a platform, and not allow them to speak. You know, maybe that seems like a paradox, but to me it makes sense. I think we gotta be able to have a world where artists can make fucked up stories, you know? Artists, writers, what have you. We gotta be able to make fucked up comics, movies, and whatnot. What else annoys you? I mean, imagine a world. Imagine the world that they want where, like, every fictional portrayal of everything is 100% wholesome and unproblematic. That would be deeply dystopian. These people who are like, everyone is a bit autistic, autism is about self-expression. Yeah, honestly, anytime that people say everyone is a bit whatever, it does bother me, because, like, think about how dismissive that is to people who are actually autistic, right? If everybody is a bit autistic, that's kind of like saying, oh, you're struggling? Well, fuck you. Everybody's a little bit autistic. Deal with it, right? You could put in any group. Because I hear people say, like, everybody's a little bit OCD, and it's like, no, it's actually, like, a kind of unique form of anxiety and suffering, actually. Again, I don't have OCD exactly, but, like, I kind of use that as, like, a stand-in, because I know that people don't, like, necessarily have a lot of awareness of what my BS is. Their logic, you would be a supporter of questionable. Exactly, because like I ship things that are dubious and would not be okay in real life, or at least would be questionable, as you say. But like, I mean, I'm married to somebody who's like a month difference in age with me, right? This isn't like, I don't consider like my fiction to be a model for behavior. It's just fun to think about. I like a lot of romance fiction is pretty problematic. Like, think about like Twilight. And I think there are people who would say, yeah, Twilight should be banned. And I'm like, no, it really shouldn't be. It's fine. It's fake. It's not real. Vampires aren't real. There's not going to be a situation where, like, a guy who's 100 or whatever is going to be in high school. I promise you that's not going to happen. Sailor Moon is, like, another example. Like, I keep bringing that up, but, like, depending on whether you're looking at the manga or the manga or the anime, like, the age gap between Usagi and Mamoru is not something that would be good in real life. Because she's 14 when the series starts, and in the manga he's a high schooler. In the anime he's a university student, right? And I don't have a problem with that in fiction. I'm fine with that in fiction. Watching Sailor Moon does not make somebody a predator. It doesn't mean that they support that, right? It feels like everyone who thinks they have autism online always has a very specific personality and always calls themselves a silly goober, when autistic people just don't do that. Autistic people mask. Well, I think some can like reclaim it and be vocal, but I'm not autistic, right? I can't speak to that. I can't say what autistic people do or don't do. But I think that there is, you know... Sorry, I'm thirsty. When you are neurodivergent, which I am, just with different stuff, I think there can come a point in your life where you've been masking, and at a certain point, you feel like, I don't have to do this anymore, I can be who I am, and maybe you go, like, way too far in the other direction. I think being queer can be a similar experience. Not that I think that people could be, like, too queer or whatever, right? But I think, like, when you've been in the closet, and then you come out and you're, like, everything, like, rainbows and pride everywhere, and, like, eventually you're not gonna be that way, right? But, like, for a minute, you kind of go through that, you know, like, moment. I think that there can be, like, a thing like that, but I am not, as I said, I'm not autistic, so I will not claim to know the autistic experience. Making their entire identity around, like, autism or this disorders also been an ad. Don't know how long the ad is because I'm drawing. But yeah, like, I guess kind of like I'm saying, like, it took me a while to get diagnosed with my stuff because they don't diagnose kids with it. So I knew something was going on for years. And then, like, at 19, like, bam, I get diagnosed, right? There's, like, a big relief that comes with that, and I think, like, it kind of can be something that happens where it's like everything is about that for a little while you're kind of learning about it, and while you're kind of figuring out, like, what your self-expression is gonna be, because I mean, to what degree, like, somebody is, like, masking, how much is it okay not to do that? And, like, I think some people, like, maybe, like, I want to be careful with what I'm saying, right? But, like, I think some people, like, end up, like, going really far in the other direction, probably farther than they're gonna settle on eventually. And I think that is not atypical or permanent. You know, it's you're trying to figure things out. A lot of the LGBTQ stuff perplexes me. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm gay, but I'm just, you know, I say just gay. I don't really have anything else going on, but I know people who are, you know, crap. I might have to add more time to this. I've spent too long. I know people who are bi, who are ace, who are trans, including non-binary people. It's just a different way to be. The gender, I mean, like, you know, some people, you know, actually what I was thinking about tonight, I really feel like the censorship stuff, like the protect the children stuff, and like transphobia really go hand in hand. Like, you see them show up together a lot. And I think that is about, like, anxiety about, like, young people or people in general having, like, autonomy over their self-expression. I think that a lot of the anti-fiction kind of stuff, the pro-censorship kind of stuff, a lot of those people are also, like, very transphobic. And they'll often make their attacks, harassment campaigns, they'll often, like, target, like, trans people or other marginalized people in general. Like, you also see, like, a lot of anti-Asian racism in that kind of crowd, unfortunately. Alright, I've taken too long. I think I'm gonna have to add time to this, but, you know, that's okay. The important thing is I take track of it, and that I a lot of the artists that I see get attacked for the kind of fiction that they're making are specifically trans. And I think that, like, one of the reasons that they're being gone after is because they're more vulnerable. Your logic, I would be a supporter of basically the Nazis because of a story I wrote. It's a story about puffins taking over the entire solar system and being expansionist and just killing everything. But it's fiction, right? You can write, like, whatever story that you want to write, right? Yeah, but yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, they want to equate, like, fiction with morality. They believe in something called the hypodermic needle theory, which basically means that you believe that if somebody reads a piece of fiction, that it is being injected into their brain like a hypodermic needle, and that their beliefs and morality are going to change 1-to-1 as a result, and that is just not how it works. But yeah. God, the first person that comes to mind, actually, is a comic artist who, honestly, like, his comic was, like, so tame. That's the thing that always gets me about this, is, like, a lot of the work that gets targeted is, like, so tame. And, like, he is both Asian and he's trans. And he wasn't making anything that was even, like, I would have even considered controversial, but people acted like he was, like, a sexual predator. for the work that he was making, because he was just like writing a gay comic about like a polycule. And of course, like they were like, I know this is like a lot of like fandom stuff, all right? Like I'm gonna have to, but like I don't know if you know what like a hujoshi is, but that's like a woman who is interested in reading about like male relationships, right? It's kind of like a pejorative term, but like some people reclaim it. But it is a gendered term, so they were calling this guy. Some people act like it's the worst thing in the world for a woman to be interested in this kind of thing, which I think is ridiculous. They were calling him like hujoshi, being like, oh, he's fetishizing gay men or whatever. He's disgusting. He's a predator or whatever. And like, first of all, he's not dead. He didn't die. He's still working on his comic, even, I believe. He's a gay man himself. It's just that he's trans. And like people tried to like cancel him, and I think it's because they saw him as vulnerable and an easy target, because he's marginalized, and he's Asian too, and like I said, like a lot of this like censorship stuff is rooted in some extremely anti-Asian racism. And I could get into all of that, but I'm pretty sure most of the first people were black, so racist people basically hate the seeds that make... Yeah, people, human beings come from Africa. And actually, an interesting fact, there's more genetic diversity within Africa than amongst all of the humans outside of Africa. Like, everybody outside of Africa is more inbred. There's less genetic diversity because of like bottleneck events. But yeah, racism and all that. But yeah, like that's just one example. Like you look at any of the people who have been canceled, any of the indie artists who have been like canceled, or people who have attempted to cancel them for their content, and you're gonna get a list of people who are people of color, who are trans, who are queer, like vulnerable, marginalized people, because the Karens who are trying to like attack them and like censor all art everywhere, they know who they can get away with attacking, because like because there's already this like negative stereotype of trans and queer people in general as like being like more sexual, like more predatory or whatever. So they get away with it, and it's kind of just all part of the same project. Like I said, it's all about like a hatred of expression. Provide screenshots, anyone will believe you, completely oblivious to how easy it is to make fake the Discord or the Google Docs drops. Yeah, I seen it all. There was gosh, I hesitate to even like mention this person because I know that they just want privacy, but like there was an animator who had all these Google drops dropped about them that was just all exaggerated, made up BS. And it was one of their coworkers. Because when I say animator, I'm talking like for studios. Most creators are only exposed once they fall out of the spotlight. Yeah. Their coworker created Google Docs about them, like trying to say that they were like some kind of predator or whatever. And I think maybe that person actually may have died. I'm not sure. It's not good. It's not good. And it's fraught being an artist in a time of like extreme like censorship and hatred for artistic expression. And you gotta, that's why you gotta like band together with people who also believe in this kind of stuff. because, you know, if you end up getting attacked, you want to have allies. And it can't just all be defense. Like, we've got to do something about this. We cannot let these people win. Oof, that's a rough hand. Let's do that again. Alright. I'm adding 10 more minutes. It's so easy to fake this. Oh, yeah, I read that already. It is, yeah, it is. 10 more minutes. Hopefully that'll be enough. I need to lock in. Lock in. Yeah. Yeah. And I think one important thing about this is, like, when you're fighting for something, when you're fighting for, like, say artistic freedom in this case, you're gonna have to ally yourself with, like, people you don't agree with 100%. You just have to agree on the thing that you're striving for. The individual one issue. And I say that because, like, I think a lot of the people who are, you know, on my side about this kind of thing, like, we might not share, like, politics or whatever. But that's not about, it's not about that. It's about the one fight, right? I think that's true of all organizing. You have to keep certain things out of it, like, I'm a member of a labor union, an international labor union, that has a branch for freelancers, right? Such as myself. And one of the rules of this labor union is no talking about electoral politics. And I think that's a really good policy for something like that. Whenever those Google Docs are dropped, I take the allegations with a heavy grain of salt until any law enforcement is done or the person admits to it. I mean, even then, honestly, like, I see a Google Doc drop about somebody, my default is to not believe it at this point. Especially because, like, you'll get a Google Doc dropped, and, like, the first 16 pages of it are like, this person likes problematic fiction, this person drew a dirty picture, this person is a fan of this show that I think is a Nazi show. Like, Steven Universe is what I'm talking about, just for clarity. I'm not talking about actual Nazi shows. It'll be like, they like the wrong cartoons, they drew the wrong thing, they did this, they did that. It's all fictional stuff. And then on, like, the last page, right, it'll be like, and they stab somebody with a knife. It's like, why wasn't that first? Like, what the hell? Why do you care more about, like, cartoon shit and, like, fiction than you care about the fact that this person allegedly stabbed somebody with a knife? I'm inclined to not believe that they actually did stab somebody with a knife, frankly, you know? So yeah, when I see a Google Doc or tweet thread or whatever, like, drop about somebody doing, like, a bunch of problematic stuff, I am not inclined to believe it. My mental, yeah. There are just too many examples I can think of, where it all turned out to be bullshit. And just an attempt to, really what it came down to is, like, I don't like that this, like, small-time creator is getting a little more popular. It pisses me off personally. I'm gonna take them down. But yeah, it's all like they like the wrong cartoon, and I don't like that. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And it's like, okay, well, if they did stab somebody in the face or whatever, we could talk about that, but, I'm doubting it because you seem to think that the cartoon opinions are more important, and, that causes me to, doubt. It's the Predator allegation. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what it usually is. It's usually some allegation that, like, they DM'd a minor or whatever, and then it turns out, like, what actually happens is... Well, I think a really good example is, the Click, who's a YouTuber, from Sweden. And he had a Discord server. I think he probably still has it. Like, he did not get canceled, right? But what happened was, in his Discord server, when it was, like, 2 a.m. his time, he was asleep, right? Somebody came in, like, basically claiming to be a predator and, like, talking about, like, the predatory stuff that they did. Real nasty stuff. And he was asleep because it was 2 a.m. his time, but his American mod saw it and, you know, banned the person pretty quickly, and all was well. However, when somebody was trying to cancel him, like a former, like, coworker, basically, they claimed that he, like, knew that there was predators in his Discord server and just let it happen and allowed it, and that's not okay. And it's like, that's not what happened. And, you know, fortunately, like, he had the receipts. He was backed up by his Discord mods and everything like that. And, like, the reason that, like, somebody tried to cancel him actually was because, I don't know how much you know about, like, the Illuminati drama, but Illuminati was, like, a content mill channel, and the person who ran it had like editors and stuff working for her, and, like, tried to do, like, collab channels with other people, and she was really pretty shitty and abusive towards those other people, the Click included, and they were speaking out, and she wanted to discredit them, so she made all these, like, claims against them, because she didn't want, like, her abusive behaviors exposed, and fortunately nobody believed that. He described the Illuminati stuff like it's some sort of global conflict. I mean, you know, like, at the time it was everywhere, right? Like, it was all over the internet. Even H-Bomber guy did a video about it. I used to watch stuff like that a lot more. Now I don't have time. I just don't have the time. But, like, also, you know, that's outside of, like, my own, you know, knowledge of artists and stuff. That's, like, the big drama, the one big drama that I know about. That and Creepshow art. Those are the two that I am actually familiar with. Man, I am taking my time on it. That's okay. That's okay. I'm having a rough week. I'll forgive myself for it. It's fine. Outside of that, it's really just like animators that I know of, or other, like, comic artists or things like that. And I kind of, like, assume that, like, nobody's ever heard of the people I'm talking about. Unless they are into, you know, art. Maybe they've heard of them. The Creepshow art thing was kind of vindicating, though. Because that is a person who made her career off of, like, canceling problematic artists or whatever, and then it turned out that she was a horrible person who was, like, stalking somebody. Big surprise. People were so surprised. Not me. Not me. I heard of her and could see immediately that she was bad news. I'm gonna need like another 10 minutes. That's okay. You know, sometimes it's really just because, like, I'm actually enjoying drawing something. And that's what's happening right now. I'm really enjoying drawing this, and it's kind of been a while since I've enjoyed this kind of drawing so much. I feel like I'm learning, oops, and growing as an artist. That's what's important. Okay, I have to decide how I'm going to do what I want to do. Gonna keep it pretty simple. That didn't work. layer, we need this brush to be real big. This part to be pretty dark. And I just want to do the hair real quick and maybe the shoes. Actually, it might be quicker to do it this way. Okay, so instead of 20 minutes, this is taking me 40 minutes. That's fine. Almost 40 minutes. I guess I could work on it a little more since I have a little more time. And use the full 40 minutes and try to make it look as good as possible. Like I can add little details and stuff. that's enough. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's it. Okay, I'm going to tally up some time real quick. So I can clear all my timers. Alright, so let's say... Or not let's say. Let's add... 1 hour, 45 minutes. Let's get my calculator out. $45 plus 18, 63. So that's 2 hours. 2 hours, 3 minutes. Plus 40. It's 2 hours, 43 minutes. And that sounds about right. I don't know why I'm saying that way. That has to be right. That's what the numbers add up to. All right. Now we can get our little practice drawing that I spent too much time on, but whatever. I'm not too upset about that. I don't think it was bad practice. You know, it is my goal to, like, speed up more, but... Oh well, I took a little too long on a drawing. That's not what I meant to do. Alright, let's save real quick. Because we just spent a whole bunch of time drawing. Oh, man. Getting hungry. But we just gotta keep on going for a little while. Also, I need to not leave my phone screen on in case I need to use my phone again during tonight's art stream, or any timers or other things like that. After this, we'll start face stuff. I wish Noon were here. Because I feel bad doing something that she requested before she gets here. This is, I can't remember who it is. I do believe that this is a wig. How's it going, Harbies? Or AU Phil, as you're sometimes known. Feels weird calling you that. I don't got the meat? What do you mean? What meat? Oh, Harbies, I see. Tennis team in house, so far so good, not loud. Huh, that's good. Maybe tennis players are a little more of a quiet bunch. I don't know, I've never played tennis. Played badminton. Not like professionally or on a team or anything, just a thing I have done in my life. A little judgy of them personally, but it's uh-oh, why are you feeling judgy of them? Tennis play. Tell me about it. What's the Watch somebody come in here and be like, I'm a tennis player. Look, I feel like every time I, like, even jokingly, like, make fun of something, somebody's like, I do that. And I'm like, no! I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. It's just kidding. Badminton players, fine, cool, we love them, but tennis players? Apparently, a bunch of tennis players beat Chill Phil up when he was a kid or something. I don't know. Ooh. Stabilizer. We don't want that. The 22nd. That's actually just a hyphen. That's not... It's not KTE. Is it? I can't tell. I can't... Is her name anywhere else on this that I can see, like, the formatting? I'll go to the, I don't want to write her name wrong. I don't know how to write Katie in katakana accurately. I've fortunately never lost a fight before. It's just that, you know, oh, you're perfect? Or there's something else. There's something else about tennis players. Man, it is hot in here. It's 39 degrees outside. Why am I so hot? Okay, it does not have a little guy after it. Let's save this as a PNG. I'm up 9:53. I needed to do more of these. I need to do this more often. Good job on your Just Draw party. Thank you. I spent way too long on the long drawing. It was supposed to be 20 minutes. I spent 40 minutes on it, so, you know, what are you gonna do, right? It happens. Alright, let's close that. And now we've got our stuff open over here. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, I thought I accidentally, like, merged the layers. I was like, no! I might also be right back, because I'm about to get started on, like, a whole new set of things. So we're gonna leave these scary-ass pictures up. And let's see, where's my OBS? Let's go to BRB, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Harbies, I don't know if you're here. Near miss of a disaster we just had. Just putting lotion on. So here's what happened. I forgot to run the dishwasher last night, and we absolutely need some of those dishes at about, it's really good about that. I remember the fact that I'm hungry, and I thought about like about breakfast and all of that. Fortunately, I got the dishwasher started. It's 2:55. It should be done by the time you get home. But I did knock over the Q-tips, and there's Q-tips all over the floor, and I don't really have time to do anything about that right now, but, when I am done, I'll try to get the Q-tip disaster, because I was like, I was in the bathroom, I was like, shit, the dishwasher! Oh no, I'd have to go pick up morning McDonald's otherwise. Dog will eat does Maple eat the Q-tips? I don't think she eats them, does she? Do I need to go get those right now? Alright, I guess I'll be right back. Sorry, just a minor disaster. They might be tasty. I'll get them real quick. I'm just gonna sweep them into the broom thing and toss them. We might need to get more Q-tips, though. Ask her if she wants one at least. Alright, I will actually... I'm not gonna mute or anything. You can hear me. You could hear me talk about, like, getting the Q-tips. Oh, man. What a day. What a week. We're just getting the Q-tips. Okay. I think I got all the Q-tips. I hope. You know, I wasn't gonna get them right now, but you freaked me out when you said that she might eat one. I don't want to deal with going to the emergency vet because my dog ate a Q-tip. And now it occurs to me that maybe you were joking. But I don't want to have to deal with any Q-tip disasters is all I'm saying. Alright. Oh, man. Also, we need paper towels and sponges. Let's get these headphones back on. Not even... Alright, that's enough goofs. That's enough goofs for today. Gonna check something out on Twitch real quick and make sure that I'm lurking in everybody's stream that is on right now. Go to following. Show all. Okay, I guess I am. For some reason I thought maybe I wasn't. Okay, but for real, you want me to pick up sponges and paper towels? Yeah. That's About right. Alright. I really had hoped that Noon would be on by now, but like maybe she's not up yet. She slept late yesterday. But yeah, I don't know. I could work on my comic a little more. I'm kind of inclined to do that. Cause like I don't want to do the thing that somebody requested when they're not here. That's rude. Let her sleep, let the mouse sleep. Well, how about I lay out a frame, and if she's not here in the next 15 minutes, I'll just go and do it and send her the video. You know, I don't know. In the future, I wonder if I should do this at a different time. Like, uh-oh. Excuse me. I know my schedule is like kind of packed, but I feel bad that like people are requesting this stuff who sleep during the day or sleep during the night. I've got it backwards. And then they don't end up getting to benefit from it, I guess. I'm at least gonna kind of like lay out the perspective to make sure that like I am doing it the way I want to do it. He's can't decide if yeah, he's behind the desk, so they're in front of the desk in chairs. Desk presumably would be, if you're sitting at a desk, maybe like right here. He's got an L-shaped desk. I might even make it like a little. That's fine. Okay. He's got an L-shaped desk. Although maybe I will extend it more the other way, like this way, and have it be like that, and that way it can kind of end right here. Yeah, I wish I could find a way to do this, like, during the daytime. I've been drawing this wrong layer the whole time. Whatever. For the people who like to watch. Maybe it will be like that. I think that's probably fine. my schedule is packed. Because I was thinking, like, oh, I could do it on Friday afternoon and then jump into Stardew Valley at night. But I gotta cook on Friday afternoon. I keep thinking of that one week. When I did the 12-hour stream. And like, my thinking was like, I could do this every week. Like, I had the stamina. It's just, you know, I have to... Typically on Fridays, I do cook. So, that's the issue there. Alright, I'm actively drawing now, so let's start the timer. I will say, like, the more I've been streaming, the more when I'm laying out, like, my comics, I can just, like, draw these, like, really simplified figures for where the characters go and actually, like, work off of that. I didn't used to be able to do that. Streaming has really been good for me in terms of pushing me to improve my abilities. Now we're gonna kind of lay out the room, and like, it's so funny, this little frame and I'm drawing the whole room, but you know, sometimes you gotta have that context. There is space there, I'm pretty sure. I think that there's like a bookshelf. I'm gonna have to look at his office. So this is the space he has, and I think there's bookshelves behind him too. So like, this is where he's standing. Like right about here. And oh man, the thing I have to figure out is how tall he's going to be in relation to them, because if one of them were standing up, hey Cole Rains, how's it going? If one of them were standing, and their calves are kind of like ending here. Maybe they're about, like, let's actually, like, draw a person standing here. Maybe they're, like, that tall about, we're gonna say. I'm honestly a little bit hype about Noonvale has arrived. Welcome. I will start shortly then. I was waiting for you. Noon sleeping, don't wake up, mouse. Okay, so if one of them would be this tall, then all that to say that, like, about where I drew the draft, that's about how tall he'd be. Let's measure the head. Let's measure the head size. Tiny. That can't be right. I'm gonna fudge it a little bit and say his head is that big. What is he doing? He's just standing there. We'll make his pose a little cuntier of a pose. Because that's just the kind of guy he is. Evil twink. Ever since I've seen that phrase, I've been obsessed with it. Alright. So I laid out the frame. Look at how small this frame is. Look how small this frame is and all the information I drew. That's being a comic artist right there. That's the life. Not everybody does that. But I can't wrap my head around not doing it. I feel like I wouldn't be able to figure things out. So we're going to jump over to our creepy face images over here. And I'm going to save real quick, and I'm going to make myself a drink, a water, a tangerine water, and then get started. I feel like I used too much tangerine. I always use too much tangerine because I feel like... That's not bad, okay. Not bad, not bad. Alright, so, disclaimer. This is not a strong point for me. I'm learning. I don't feel super confident in this. But actually, I think that, you know, the way we can look at it is we're learning together. I've been talking about all kinds of things tonight, but one of the things I've been talking about is how important to getting better at art is developing, like, tolerance for discomfort. Because not really knowing how to do something very well, it's uncomfortable, right? And we kind of have to just, like, be okay with that. There are a lot of times when I'm doing some kind of practice drawing where I dread what I have to practice, and I just have to tolerate that and jump in and do it. You know, I felt that way about my Gestural party tonight, and I ended up having a great time working on it. I'm discomfortable drawing comics in software. Well, but that's what I'm saying, you know, I want to get back into drawing analog, traditional media kind of stuff more and more, so it's uncomfortable for me now, even though I used to feel very much the same way that you did. I used to not want to do digital because I wasn't used to it and it didn't feel the same, but things necessitated me switching to digital for a few years. And now it would be hard for me to go back, but I want to be versatile. I want to be able to, you know, draw in a sketchbook. I want to be able to draw in Clip Studio. I want to be able to do both. So I gotta face the discomfort. I feel like I'm shoving hot dogs in my mouth at the same time, and I can only fit 3. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but please don't Joey Chestnut it. I don't want any kind of Joey Chestnut situation. Please. Hang on, I'm just getting something ready. There we go. Oh, 10 hot dogs. Why did I say 3? Oh, 10 hot dogs in my mouth at the same time and I can only fit 3. That also makes me think of that GIF from yesterday. I want a hot dog real bad. Okay, so yeah, you know, I'm tolerating the discomfort of not really knowing what I'm doing here, but we're all gonna try to learn together. I do know a thing or two that might be helpful to somebody who's just getting started out with drawing that helps me. First of all, that's what it feels like to learn to do new art things. To me, it feels like getting into a pool that feels like a little too cold, right? And, you know, for the first little while of getting in, you're like, oh, that sucks, I hate that, yuck, I hate it. And then you get to the your pistachio sack. And once you get that in, everything's a little better, right? You get past that. The second hurdle is the nips, right? But once you get past those hurdles, you're like, okay, I'm okay now. But like the first part of that, you kind of have to force yourself to go in. You know it's gonna suck. You caught me with my mouth wide open. But that's what it feels like to me. This is like getting in a pool that's like a little too cold, right? Yeah. Anyway. Also, since Nude Veil's here, I feel kind of bad about this. I kind of maybe am considering making my stream 18 plus. I know that like Ghosty Toast comes in here sometimes, and I would feel bad about like making her feel excluded. But mainly the reason is like I don't want to deal with like a teenager like stumbling on one of my like projects or whatever, right? I don't want that responsibility. Anyway, I feel bad about it, but I'm considering it. Yes. Okay, we've talked. Chillphil got me off track with the hot dog thing. He totally got me off track with that. Nunes, it's still raining there. Can you garden again? Yeah, are your vegetables still exploding? I'm not sure. I've been thinking, I want you to know, Noonveil, that I've been thinking about that since you said it, because it really perplexed me. I was like, what does that mean? Why are your vegetables exploding? I'm nervous. It's not raining here anymore. We should be able to have our morning exercise. So anyway, I'm talking about like discomfort. We're tolerating the discomfort of learning something new, and you know the thing about it is that the really important thing to keep in mind is that like if you do something, if you practice something a little bit for like I don't know every day for 10 minutes for 2 weeks, even that little bit is gonna make you feel a little bit more comfortable. Google says it'll rain where you are through Saturday. Oh. Those vegetables are gonna explode. They're gonna explode like grenades. Doesn't that mean pomegranate actually, or it's like the same etymology? Even if you were just to practice something for like 10 minutes a day for like 2 weeks, like you'll inevitably get more comfortable with it. It's just like jumping in and doing it like feels so uncomfortable and intimidating that it sucks at the beginning. And I don't even want to say like it sucks. It's just kind of hard to get over that like initial dread or hesitance or whatever. But you know, if you just do it like a little bit every day, you'll get better at it. And I'll say that like since I knew that we were going to talk about this today, it's like 10 hot dogs. I've been not every day, but like I would say more days than not, I've been like practicing drawing like a little face in my sketchbook. So I'm doing 2 uncomfortable things. I'm drawing faces, which is difficult and uncomfortable for me, and I'm drawing in my sketchbook with, you know, traditional media, which is difficult and uncomfortable for me. And I've made some real stinky drawings, but I'll say that like I'm noticing like my comfort level is increasing a little bit every day. I'm feeling more like I kind of have like a game plan, like a workflow. I kind of feel more like I'm getting into a comfort zone a little bit, and I know that if I just keep doing it and pushing myself to like take on the challenge, maybe this could become a comfort zone for me. But like one of the important things that I'm gonna say about this is I'm gonna say one of the things I'm going to say about this is that I think especially, you know, like after you've reached a certain like comfort level, drawing from life, even if we're talking about photos, right? But drawing from like real people's faces or dogs' faces is really important. it's just one of those like building a comfort level thing where like you get used to doing it and you get better at it, and the benefit of drawing like from a photo or from life is that you're studying like real facial features and proportions, and you're learning things that you're not necessarily going to get from drawing imagined faces. You're getting a lot of nuts right now. You're getting a lot of nuts, and that's what you've come here for, is making me eat pistachios. Thank you for the pistachio.
A pistachio boy in his era of nuts. It's time for pistachios. I'm gonna keep on crunching on those pistachios. I'm gonna keep on reaching into this bag of nuts. I'm gonna keep on munching on those pistachios. Pistachios.
But, before we get there, because I know that can be intimidating, and I know that, like, it's hard to feel like you're ready to, like, do something like that. So I think what's important is understanding basic facial and head proportions. We're going to talk about that. Just for the straight up drawing the face, right? We're not even talking about expressions yet. However, when we do talk about expressions, we've got this little creepy picture down in the bottom left here. We're gonna talk about like the distortion of facial features. Because that's really important. Like, these arrows actually, like, these are weird images, but like these arrows actually like give a lot of information. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show like kind of how to like simplify the face to the most basic shapes, right? And still make it look like it's doing these expressions. So we're gonna say simple faces with expressions. And then after all of that, we're gonna try to draw some anthro expressions, which I'm new to. I haven't really drawn a lot of anthro. I'd love to get better at it though. I'm here for the furries, right? Man, that pistachio is doing me bad. I'm thirsty. But let's get started talking about this stuff. So, also kind of a creepy picture. I don't know why I found like such spooky looking pictures. But the important thing about this to note is people have different, facial features. Like, this isn't going to be like the same for everybody, but it's a good like starting point. So when you're drawing a human face, you can keep these proportions in mind. There's two main divisions that we want to kind of like focus on. Just gonna trace over like the shape of this head. And I'm gonna copy it twice. I'm gonna copy it once, rather. So the first one is the whole head, right? The whole head we can divide pretty much exactly in half. I need to get a ruler. Sorry. Bring that up with my face stuff. The whole head we can divide in half, and this is really important because I think when we're looking at a person's face, we kind of imagine two things. We imagine that the eyes are up higher than they are, and we imagine that the nose is quite a bit longer than it is. But I think the eyes are a real, like, important point on their own. So, like, the eyes are almost exactly halfway down the face, which seems pretty low, I think, to, like, at least to me. When I was learning about this, I was like, no way they're that low, right? But, like, they are. I think that we kind of perceive them to be higher because some of this head is going to be, like, taken up by hair, like that. So it feels like they're, you know, higher on the face because they're higher in relation to the forehead. But when you take the whole head into account, the eyes are pretty much exactly halfway down. So you can pretty much divide the head in half to find the eyes. That's, you know, a good starting point for drawing a basic face. In fact, we're gonna draw some little eyeballs on there. Also, another important thing, the eyes are about one eye length apart. So if I draw this eye, then I need to imagine that there's like an invisible eye here before drawing the second eye. That might be a little too much space, but they should be about an eye length apart. And you can kind of like use like the position of the eyes to find like other stuff, but I'm not going to get into like super complex things today. We're just going to like talk about like the really basic proportions. We're going to move this over so we can talk about this other aspect of it. And as for the face, like this is kind of the second kind of like division that you need to make. We have the eyes. Below the hairline, which they have here, below the hairline, the face is divided into thirds. So I'm gonna imagine this is like not here. We're not working with this part here that I've just filled in. We're only working with the bottom three portions of the face, and these are relatively equal thirds. And like the eyes sit on this line, of course. Oops. A little kind of sloppy with them. And the nose takes up this quadrant, or not quadrant. What do you call it when it's thirds? The nose takes up this third here, and it sort of sits on the bottom. And that's how long the nose is. It's really easy to accidentally make the nose too long. I think that's probably like one of the most common mistakes we all make when we first start drawing faces, is we want to elongate that nose because we imagine it to be much longer. But it's about that long on most people's face, and like you can kind of divide this bottom in more or less half to like place the mouth. But people's mouths, I feel like because I think the sizes of people's chins vary a lot. I think the placement that we perceive people's mouths at kind of varies. But I think this is, you know, like sort of average. And then, you know, we can draw the eyebrows as we want. One last thing to like keep in mind in terms of like relationships and proportions is that your ears, the point that they attach at the top is level with like the edge of your eye. So the tip of your ear is going to kind of go up above like that midpoint of your eye, and it's going to come down and be about level like with the tip of your nose. And I recently learned that if your ears like don't sit on your head like this, if they're lower than your eyes, that's actually like a pathology. That's a symptom of all kinds of things, apparently. I didn't know that. But this one is pretty reliable. It can be a little deceiving because if you're looking up or you're looking down, your ears might look like they're higher or lower than these proportions. But for now, somebody's looking straight on. This is how their ears are going to sit. Kind of looks like this person has like a shaved, like close shaved head if we like fill in I don't know. I feel I feel like this is like a stereotypical like manga character who like plays baseball or something. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of like Japanese kids who play baseball shave their heads. I don't know if there's like a reason behind that or not. Anyway, so here's Kenta who plays baseball, and his face is roughly divided into thirds beneath his hairline, right? Now, okay, some people obviously like their actual hair starts in different places, but your hairline, I've got like a skull here. I wish I had a camera. Your hairline is like an anatomical like point of your head, and you can find the position by, you know, kind of like dividing it into thirds like this. Not everybody's hair is going to be exactly in the same place, and like some people are balding, obviously. We're not really taking that into account for like how we're proportioning the face. We can draw the hair where it is, but like this is the part of your body known as your hairline, regardless of where your hair is. I've seen people with their hair like start lower than that, like like they have a 3 head instead of a 4 head. And of course there are people with their hairline their actual like hairline quite a bit higher than that, but like we're talking about like anatomically, like where, you know, the part of your head that's called your hairline is. But yeah, so this is, you know, facial proportions, finding the eyes on the head halfway down pretty much exactly, and then dividing the face beneath the hairline into 3 equal thirds that we then use to place the facial features. So I think that's, you know, pretty straightforward. And like, granted, I will say that like when I'm drawing or sketching a face, I'm not necessarily like actively thinking about this, but it's definitely something where if I'm having trouble drawing a face, especially lately, I will kind of come back to this and make sure and like check that everything looks right. I don't know, maybe I should be drawing guidelines all the time, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, you're not going to necessarily get an intuitive kind of feel for what you're drawing if you're doing that all the time. All right, let's pop these guys up on screen. So I think that this is a really good illustration of how the parts of our face change when we are expressing different emotions. And I think like one of the biggest parts of conveying an emotion in a drawing is getting the shape of the eyes and eyebrows correct. I think like that's actually like maybe more important than what you're doing with your mouth. And we'll get into that. And examples of like why I say that. Like definitely there are, you know, other factors, like we see discussed here, like the nose is being pulled back. But the thing about that is like we're talking about like drawing anthro, and I think that calls to mind like drawing like different styles, you know, like if you're drawing like chibi where your character like doesn't have a nose necessarily, or, you know, anthro where like maybe some of their mouth and nose features, they'd be emoting in a different way. Like the eyes are still really important, and especially like, you know, that's kind of what we look at when we're kind of like trying to figure out how a person like is feeling, is their, you know, maybe their body language, but their eyes too. So like, you know, with anger here, like they bring the eyebrows down. But I also think it's kind of important to think about like how the eyes can kind of distort, because I think that there are multiple ways to show anger. It kind of depends on like maybe the more subtle aspects of the anger, of the emotion you're trying to convey. I'm gonna separate these guys a little bit. Because I think like if you're maybe, you know, if it's like a seething anger, you know, you're just like maybe you kind of squint your eyes a little bit, like you kind of like, because you're putting stress on your brow to like bring it down, and maybe you're like squinting a little bit with that expression, but like maybe if somebody's enraged, they're bringing their brow down, but they're like widening their eyes, right? And one thing that has always kind of given me trouble with expressions, and I don't know if other people feel like this, I was always kind of hesitant to like show the full pupil, because I think like the average time that you're looking at somebody, you're only seeing like part of their pupil, and you're usually seeing it like kind of at the top of their eye, right? But I think it can make like a really big impact if you show like the full pupil like this, or even like if somebody's like angry, maybe like their pupil is like actually touching their bottom eyelid. I think that's like another way to express that, if their eyes are like widened. And like I'll say, like as I'm drawing these little like kind of like icon based emotions, I think this, being able to like simplify these emotions into like basically like very simple cartoon drawings is actually going to help a lot when you're trying to do like a more detailed drawing. Sometimes when I start a face and I know it's going to be an expression that I'm going to have a little bit of a challenge for me, I will kind of start it in like this more like cartoony way, and then kind of draw more realistic on top of it. And I think the reason that can kind of help is like your eyeballs really are circles, or I mean they're not perfect circles, especially not if you're nearsighted. Then they're oblong, but if you're thinking about like the spherical nature of your eyes, yucky, your eyeballs, then you can kind of like, hold on, let me copy and paste that, right? And I don't know, you don't have to think about it the way I do, but like this is kind of like what's going on in my brain when I'm drawing. You can kind of like, okay, we've got these like grody eyeballs that are exposed. You can kind of like put the eyelids around them and like think about them as 3D forms, and like kind of adjust like the eyelids, like how you know want them to be expressing the emotion. Like I don't know if they're like angry or something like that. But it also just like helps me like exaggerate the emotion a little bit, and I think that you know, one thing that we all tend to do as like artists, especially if we're like on the more careful side, is I think we tend to like undersell like things like expression, poses, like, you know, just everything. Like we want to tone it down. I don't know what that is, but like in our brain we're just like, oh, we don't want it to be too extreme, right? But like starting out with this kind of cartoon drawing for an emotion, it really helps you push the expression and make sure that you're not like toning it down. This has been a struggle for me. I feel like I just draw like surly like RBF faces all the time, so it can really help me to, you know, do this. So yeah, like anger, I feel like disgust is pretty similar to anger, because you've got like the squinty thing going on. You're kind of squinting your eyes and you're furrowing your brow, but whereas anger just like is a slope kind of down, I feel like with disgust there's like a upward kind of like, because you're kind of pinching your brow when you're like feeling disgust. So instead of like bringing your eyebrows like straight down, I'm over here making goofy faces, by the way, you're kind of like pinching your brows together, like ugh, you know, if you go like ugh, make that face, your eyebrows kind of like come towards each other, like right here, right? And like we're doing real simple faces here, so you can imagine like the lip being pulled back, and that's why I'm like drawing it like this shape. And I like, this is the thing, this is really, really simple, but I feel like, you know, even like with a really basic kind of cartoony face, like this is recognizable as disgust. And really, when you're drawing, you want to convey information, right? Like you want the person looking at it to be able to like tell what's going on. That's the most important thing. It looking good is secondary to like it being clear, in my opinion. And then we got fear. I want to get some of these guys out of the way. No, we have enough space. We have enough space. So, like, I kind of feel different about fear, how I might show fear. I would have, like, the eyes be wide, certainly. But instead of, like, this, because this reads to me more like surprise with the eyebrows like this. Oops. I might have them be a little more upturned. And I think, like, once again, like, we're kind of pulling at the mouth. Instead of, like, the lip going back like that, it's going, like, out like that. Like, I feel like this is maybe more recognizable as fear. I feel like their example, it just kind of looks like when you're like making a sim in The Sims and you make their eyes really, really big and give them a goofy mouth. I don't know. This guy here is not registering as fear to me. I like to do like this to imply like, oh, he's freaked out. But maybe that's like a cultural thing. Maybe that doesn't like read the same. We can get rid of, like, super angry, or at least move him. Super angry guy, he can go up here. Their smile also kind of freaks me out, but this is kind of what I was saying, like, I feel like you can convey a lot of information with the eyes, even if you don't have the mouth visible. And I remember, like, when COVID first started and, like, people were, like, masking more regularly, and there were people like, you can't even tell somebody's smiling if they're wearing a mask. And it's like, yes, you can. Because, like, when people smile, their eyes kind of do, like, this shape, where they're, like, more rounded on the top and kind of flattened on the bottom, because like the smile is bringing your cheeks up, and the meat of your cheeks is like coming in, like pushing your eyelids up. It's coming like kind of in front of them. So I feel like even if those are weird eyebrows, even if all this is all you're seeing, this like registers as a smile, even if you're not seeing like the mouth, you know, especially when you like compare it to these other emotions. And I think you can push it to an even greater extreme if you have like the bottom lids even coming up and making like kind of like a half moon shape. Like this could even be like laughter, right? But like my point is that like I think you can get away with having like just this much information, and like this is conveying smile, and of course you can actually draw, you know, the mouth to like push that. But like, you know, if you tried to put like one of these faces with like the smiling mouth, it wouldn't be wrong. It would just like change the meaning of the expression. Like if somebody were like, oh man, now I want to kind of try that, because we're getting into like the subtleties of the emotions here, right? Okay. We're gonna copy and paste. Like, let's give all of these mouths a smile. Like, maybe this first one is like a determined smile, or like they're planning something nefarious or whatever. Maybe this one is like an awkward smile, like, yeah, that sounds great, or something like this. And, like, this one kind of, like, reads like, I don't know, a manic or, like, fearful smile. Like, something's going on with this person. But like that's the thing, like just the smiling mouth isn't gonna like read a happy, like carefree or laughing emotion if, you know, the eyes are conveying something different. You know, it kind of changes the meaning of the feeling when you like compare it to like these smiling mouths down here, where like we have like the bottoms of the eyes coming up, because like when you're feeling like real like joy that causes you to smile, and it's not like, you know, forced or something like that, this is kind of what your face is going to look like. And then they do surprise, like again it looks, well, sadness. Let's do some sadness. I'll put laughing guy kind of down here. Goodbye laughing guy, because I want to keep all of these up for when we do like kind of more like anthro drawings. We have sadness, and like again I feel like there's a lot you can do with the eyes, but like let's imagine that it's like really like somebody not even trying to like hide their feelings, like they're feeling like real like intense sadness. I think we could go like two directions that are like two stages of like the sad feeling. We're just gonna put this guy under here, because like we can have the, you know, initial maybe this looks like the pleading face. This looks like the pleading face. But like actually, you know what? I kind of think like emotes, like looking at emotes is not a bad way to like think about this. We're kind of distilling like the basics of an expression down to like its most recognizable form. And like the pleading emote, like I think, you know, it can work for like a certain like level of sadness. But like let's say somebody's crying, we kind of keep the same I couldn't think of the word eyebrows. What's wrong with me? We keep the same eyebrows, but we're squinting the eyes now. Put those eyes too close together. Like kind of like blinking back tears. Actually, I feel like the mouth should be more. And now we're into like crying territory. And maybe their face is all red because they're crying, right? So it's like it's markedly different from how the eyes look with the happy, because I feel like your eyes, like the bottom of your eyes kind of like flatten more when you're happy, but like when you're squinting, like when you're angry or you're crying, it's like a different look, right? So those are our sad and crying guys. And then we have surprise. Like, I feel like it's real similar to like fear, but the big difference is going to be like high eyebrows but rounded, not upturned, and the mouth wouldn't be pulling back. It'd be like, oh, wow. Maybe I would do like more like this mouth. Looks kind of like a fish. But yeah, like I you know, I mean, maybe it looks a little bit silly, but like this really helps me when I'm like working on my comic and I've got a scene and I want to draw a character and I want to push the expression without it like looking silly. If I start out with these kind of like emote style expressions and then draw on top of it, it helps a lot. And like honestly, some people do a great job with like a style like this simple. Like when I think about like One Punch Man, like that looks pretty good, and they really, the artist really like keeps the expression like down to the basics, right? But still able to convey like the feeling, the emotion of the story really well. So I guess the one last thing I want to say about that part is like, think about like the because your skin muscles and your facial skin and muscles can move around a lot. Think about like how far up like these eyebrows are with fear, how much they come down with like disgust or anger, like even to like cover up like the top parts of the eyes, right? You know, that's important. But we're going to talk about like drawing some anthro faces now and kind of like applying these principles, all these face principles to that. I'm going to talk about dogs because I think that's what Noonvale wanted, and I also feel like it's an easy thing to... Here, let me grab my dog's skull. It's an easy thing for us to interpret because one of the cool things about dogs... I'm going to talk about dogs now. Is like... It's not really accurate to say that we like domesticated dogs. Dogs evolved alongside us, and it's sort of, you know, one of those things where like you could say they domesticated themselves, but they really evolved to fit into our society and to communicate well with us. So even an actual real dog like has a greater ability to make facial expressions than a wolf does. They have more control over their facial muscles. They have a more like instinctual like understanding of our facial expressions and like gaze tracking, like they can follow our eyes and stuff like that. So like I kind of feel like dogs are a good starting point, like moving into like the anthro stuff, because like dogs are already pretty expressive. I'm just gonna make sure I have all my stuff the way I want it. Here we go. So let's imagine like we're drawing a Chihuahua. And let's stylize this Chihuahua a little bit. Because like the big thing, and we're gonna make him angry. The big thing that I would be really kind of changing here about like how I'm expressing this emotion on this dog character is bringing in iconic dog features, right? Because like dogs have, you know, ways to tell us that they're angry that are unique to them. And like I'm gonna say that like for Anthro, I'm gonna keep to like the eyes halfway down the face, because like we want Anthro to look like kind of anthropomorphized, right? So I think like those facial expressions still kind of apply. Dogs don't have as much of a forehead as we do. That's kind of like a human thing, but we're gonna I think a more human-like forehead for a dog is cute for an anthro character. So we've got our little basic like sketch here. And another thing that we can use with a dog character is the ears. I think it really depends on the dog, and of course it's going to depend on like your character. Some dogs pull their ears back when they're angry and growling, and some don't. I feel like corgis tend to not, but I'm sure it depends on the dog. But I feel like Chihuahuas definitely do. Like every Chihuahua I've met, that when they get angry, they've got the ears back. So the ears are going to be a big part of the expression, right? And one thing a Chihuahua's going to do when they're angry is they're going to be growling. And maybe their nose is going to be wrinkled. I'm going to go over all this. But and here's where we like bring in the more like human expression, right? Like the squinted eyes and the furrowed brow. I don't know why I drew in this pin. I'm not gonna do that again. I'm sorry. We're gonna go over with a decent pin so we can see what we're doing here. So, you know, we've got our Anthro character. It's a thick pin. We've got our Anthro character. His nose is maybe wrinkled. We've got teeth showing. The ears back. I feel like flatter on top is better, like kind of sharp. Depending on like the style we're doing, we can kind of like use shape language. And you can even do like a little crease in the forehead. I'm like, it's not such a, I mean, it is like, it's a fairly like simplified style, right? But like we've put in some detail, but we're still like pretty like simplified with the facial expressions, but like we're conveying the information, right? Like this little guy is angry, he's salty, he's pissed off. I don't know that I like his nose wrinkles. Might tone that down a little bit and like give him this. I kind of like my like Chihuahua character that I just came up with. I feel like he's a little furrier than your average short-haired Chihuahua, but I'm okay with that. It kind of like, that's kind of like more anthropomorphization, because you can imagine him having like a haircut, if that makes sense. Alright, let's get rid of this and let's do some more. Oops. More Chihuahuas with more emotions. Let's see. Let's do like surprise next. Let's do like a shocked face. Because one kind of cool thing is like dogs have like a muzzle, so you know, while of course you can like do like some expressive stuff with like a human mouth, I feel like it's a little more impactful with a muzzle. That down a little lower so we can actually like see his full like head situation. And for surprise, it's hard to not like want to put the ears like back all the time, but I feel like surprise, like maybe they'd shoot like straight up, right? Maybe too big for a Chihuahua, that's more of a Corgi. One thing that I feel like it took me way too long to learn is that if somebody's looking at something, they're gonna look a little cross-eyed. Maybe it looks a little weird. got a surprise Chihuahua. Let's do a smiling Chihuahua. Like, I'm really trying to lean into the anthro here. Like, I'm really trying to think, like, human-ish with dog accoutrement. It's, like, one step further in the furry direction than Kimono Mimi. I'm gonna try to keep the head a little more consistent this time. So smiling, I feel like when I think of, like, a dog smiling, I always think of them, like, with their mouth open, with their tongue, like, out. And, like, obviously, if you're drawing a human smiling, this is not something you do, right? But, like, because it's a dog, you can get away with, like, this little bit more extreme expression, and it's still, it doesn't read as, like, silly necessarily. I feel like it reads as believable. And this is another one where, like, you can kind of go in a couple of different directions with the ears, because some dogs, when they get really happy, their ears go flat. Maple certainly does that, but, like, other dogs, they're gonna have the ears up. But I think I'm gonna do them flat because, like, here's the thing: when I have the dog, like, looking angry, I'm doing them flat in, like, this, like, really, like, flat top way. But I think if the dog's gonna be, like, happy and his ears are back, I think what I'm gonna do is have them more, like, soft, like this. Maybe they're shaking. Uh-oh. Somebody's hungry. Let's take care of that real quick. Maple looks absolutely, like, she almost looks sad when she's really, really happy. It's very cute. She starts wiggling, her ears go back. She trembles. It makes me sad, but, like, I know she's happy when she's feeling that way, or when she looks that way. But I think the thing is that she often, like, does the same, like, thing when she's scared. Alright, that's all set. Happy dog. So yeah, I want to go with the ears back, but you could just as easily do, like, ears up. I think it's kind of the difference between, like, happy in, like, an eager, like, let's go on a walkway, and a happy in a, like, I'm so happy I'm about to pee on the floor way. So I really kind of want to, like, exaggerate. Maybe not that much. I want to be able to see the pupils. The shape of the eyes, because we're going to do that, like, happy, so, like, the bottoms of the eyes are, like, kind of flattened. I might even, like, turn the eyebrows up a little bit, like, the happiness, like, the excitement is a little overwhelming. We got ourselves a happy dog. I don't know that it looks happy, though. Maybe I'll mess around with those eyebrows. Now, dogs don't really have eyebrows per se, but they have, like, those muscles that, like, give them the appearance of eyebrows. Maybe he looks like he's seen something, like, delicious. I feel like that's, like, the emotion, but that's definitely a happy emotion when we're talking about a dog, right? yeah, like, just to reiterate, I'm trying to keep, like, these facial features, like, pretty dang simple. Just so you see, like, even with, like, simple features, you can give a lot of, good information. Why I'm, like, fixated on this nose. And I think if I do one more, I'll do a sad face. I'll do a sad face. And we can imagine that, like, this dog is so sad. I feel like you can do a lot with, like, the mouth shape. To convey this emotion. I'm musing on this, but, like, remember, I'm learning at the same time. Anthro is not really something I've done before. I will say I'm enjoying it, and it's not as intimidating as I thought it would be. I like it. I like the process of doing this. It's always something I've kind of wanted to, like, learn. That head is a little too tall. I'm, like, making this a character now. This is becoming a character. Maybe I should make a comic about this little guy, just as a challenge. Like, I need one more comic, right? But I want to make, like, you know, like, how dogs, like, look like they're about to, like, start howling or something? You know what I mean? Where their mouth is open just, like, a little bit, and, like, they look, like, so sad. Like that, maybe? And then, I feel like ears, like, out to the side. Like this is, like, the way to go here. I feel bad drawing a sad little dog. Oh no, what's he sad about? And also, like, you can see, like, when he's shocked, like, the little shock of hair, I draw it, like, sticking up. Like, when he's angry, it's kind of, like, going forward, like, with the scrunching of his face. Like, and I'm making it, like, kind of droop when he's sad. I think I am gonna go with, like, the big eyes, because, like, maybe he's like, oh man, no way. Like, he's really feeling it. He's really feeling the sadness. And again, you can do, like, a little crease. I feel like maybe these proportions are a little off. I might make his muzzle, his nose, his snout a little smaller. There we go. I feel like I'm losing the Chihuahua-ness, but like I said, I'm learning to. This is my first time trying to draw this stuff. I feel like I want to push the sadness more, make him look more sad. Alright, there we go. So yeah, this has been as much of a new experience for me as it is maybe for you. I don't know, maybe there's people in chat who, like, really know how to draw Anthro really, really well. Maybe. But yeah, so like I said, face is not really my comfort zone, but I'm learning, and I did a little bit of focus on it for this. I've done a little bit of practice in the past couple of weeks, and I think it's, you know, I think it's gonna help me, and more well than I like to admit sometimes. I think it's gonna help me going forward in the future, and maybe I'll try to draw more Anthro. I feel like the fact that like Noon is interested in drawing Anthro is making me interested in learning how to do it myself. But yeah, like we went over like a really basic facial proportions, and we went over like how to distill like emotions down to like the most like basic like emote level, right? And then try to apply that to like an Anthro character. And I started out like trying to think like, oh, he's a Chihuahua, but I don't know if I like really captured Chihuahua-ness. I tried, but I do feel like I got dog at least. I don't know, his happy expression looks a little like deranged. But I feel like the rest the rest are not too bad. But yeah. Hopefully that is valuable to you in some way. At least entertaining, maybe. I will post images in the Discord. If there's any follow-up, like if you want to be like, hey, let's talk about faces in this particular way, or let's talk about like Anthro heads in this particular way, like if this makes you think of any new stuff that you want me to go into, we can do that. Just looks a little like the sergeant. What sergeant? Who's the sergeant? Who's the sergeant? Sergeant whom? But yeah, like, of course, as usual, oh, Sergeant Dingo Pants! Oh, I didn't think about that, because I see it as, like, SGT. Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, his Anthro stuff is pretty, good looking, so, yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm like, oh, the Sergeant, what are we talking about? But, of course, that's Sergeant. But yeah. If that opens up new stuff that you want to talk about, like we can talk about that again. We can go more into faces or any other topic that we've covered before. And hopefully I'll be learning right alongside everybody else. You know, this is just as helpful for me. So once again, we talked about like the human face. We want to divide that exactly in half to find the eyes pretty much. And then once we find the hairline, we divide like the lower face, like the face, not the cranium, into thirds to place the facial features on a human face. But like I said, like we can kind of use like similar proportions to like map out this dog face. I pretty much put like the eyes around the center of the face. I think I made them like a little higher in some of these, and now it's gonna bug me, but I'm not gonna sit here and like obsess over these dog drawings. What I should do is go forward and try to get better at drawing dog Anthro characters. I like it though. I think it's kind of fun. I think it's challenging, but in a fun way. But that's it for that. Of course, I did get my page done at the beginning of the night because I really wanted to finish this bottom frame here, so I got that done tonight. That's a relief. You know, I could have done all my warm-up stuff that I usually do, and I probably should, but I'm really cutting it close with getting the pages that I want to get done. So I really wanted to finish that. And hey, I even worked on mapping out a frame in this page. And of course, we did a Gestraw party, and yeah, been a kind of productive Thursday night. I think I could have done better. It's been a rough week. I'm sorry. But we're persisting. We're doing our best. We're trying to keep our spirits up and do the best that we can do and do all the things. But yes, I think we are ready to raid out. I think we can raid Mike again. I don't think there's anybody like I mean, we could raid Missy, but I'm inclined to raid Mike again, if that's okay with everybody. Unless anybody else has anybody that they want to raid. That is who I am inclined to raid. Oh my god, Twitch, what is happening? I just ate the message. But yes, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. got a lot of work done, even if it wasn't all like what I was supposed to be working on. Whatever that means, I don't know. But it has been fun. Tomorrow night is going to be Stardew Valley, of course. And typically I start a little bit earlier on Friday, so it might be like 10:30, 10:45 or so my time. So like a little bit before the hour. Especially now that I'm so close to the end. Thanks for a good study. Thank you for thinking so. I hope it was helpful. And then of course we're doing a tier list, aren't we? I'll look and see what tier list we're doing after stream. And then of course Saturday night is going to be Take a Chill Phil playing Pokemon Legends Arceus, and maybe he'll start talking about the game, the TTRPG he's going to be running on the 7th, the morning of the 7th. Make sure everybody's got their stuff in, because like it's I think there's probably going to be plenty of room for everybody who wants to play, especially since Debray is busy with school stuff, so like that's one less person. Sleeps just fills right into that slot, so you know, I'm sure we're going to have like plenty of room, and then maybe we'll even have to like pull in more people if we want to have a full party of 6. Not that we have to, but that's the plan for Saturday night. And then of course Monday night, provided everything goes as normal. I'm always so paranoid I'm gonna mess up my schedule over the weekend. We're gonna be doing back to comics. But for now, we are ready to raid. Thank you again so much for hanging out with me tonight while I've been drawing and working on some facial expressions. It's good practice for me, it's good practice for you. If you make any facial expression art, I would love to see it. Please post it in the Discord. But that is gonna be it for tonight. See you later, Pseudosukians. Let's raid.
Hey, hello, hello. Greetings.